So let's start with a little step.
Start there.
Let's have our paper every day. Let's do this every day. And then once you've met that goal, you get to another. It's like having a conversation about losing weight. I want to lose a bunch of weight. It's not going to happen overnight.
Right.
I didn't gain it overnight.
Yeah.
You know, but I can set little goals.
That's right.
I can change little things. And once you get a student to realize it's the little things that add up to the big, it makes a huge difference.
The District 4 Teacher of the Year from Karen M. Siegel Academy, Ashley Brannon.
Every student is so different, and you know, a lot of our students are nonverbal, so we have to find different ways in order to get them to communicate. So, I mean, here, when you give a lesson, it's so much more than just teaching the standards. Obviously, that's very, very important, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. We incorporate communication, social emotional strategies, and also just learning how to handle emotions. Everything here is about incorporating all of those things so we can get them to be as independent as possible.
Ashley is a tremendous resource for all of our teachers here. And for me specifically, she's been wonderful because she's somebody that I can go to, and I know that when I ask her a question, she's always going to come back with an answer. Even if she doesn't have the answer right away, that's what I like about her.
When we first met her, I remember interviewing her, we just felt that kind heart that she had from the very beginning. And once you put her in the room with the students, she immediately just lights up. It's not something that you can fake. The students know if you're not being authentic with them, and that's why they're so drawn to her.
It brings joy to our classrooms. When she comes in, she's always happy. When we need something, she's Johnny on the spot right there to bring us what we need, or to lend a hand. And her enthusiasm is contagious.
I like she's sweetheart. Congratulations. I love you.
I think it's unfortunate that a lot of our students can sometimes hear that they can't do something just because of their disability, but that's so far from the truth. If anyone spent any time at all with these students, they would know how capable they are. So it's very important that special education gets put to the forefront because these students are amazing. They can do anything that a gen ed student can. We just have to find the way to help them get there.
Oh, she's in Greece right now. Oh my gosh. She's in Athens.
Good morning. And I would like to call the work session for March 8th, 2022 to order. And before we begin, I'm going to read our Who Are We statement. We are the Polk County Leadership Governance Team. If we were to pick one phrase to define us, it would be student-centered, because when we come together to work, we lean on our diverse backgrounds and experiences to ensure that our decisions are focused on providing a high-quality education for all students. The four most important things to our governance team are operating with integrity, respecting our students, staff, families, and each other, establishing a culture where our stakeholders feel valued, supported, and have opportunities for personal and professional growth, supporting an approach of continuous improvement to ensure student outcomes. Collectively, we need to work on behalf of the children we serve and find avenues of agreement so that we can govern the district in an effective manner. There is no acceptable alternative. We will always collaborate in a respectful manner in order to enhance opportunities for each student and staff member. We will not disparage others. Our students will thrive because we will remain committed to supporting the whole child. We hope to engage and empower our students and stakeholders to create a community of lifelong learners. And Superintendent Hyde, I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, members of the community and staff. Thank you for being here today. At the first item we have up this morning, or this afternoon, excuse me, is the item on TPG. This has been a topic of conversation for some time. At this time, I'd like to bring Brian Warren, Associate Superintendent for Human Resources, up to the podium. He'll be joined by two guests today from TPG who have a short presentation for you, kind of an update as to how they have taken steps to address concerns that were expressed early on. As we talked about the transition of international employees, we had a very productive meeting again last week that actually may result in some additional solutions for other vacancies that we have. So as you know, many of our international teachers seek to be joined by their family members who will then subsequently be seeking employment opportunities. And given that we have a shortage in a number of areas, whether it's custodial services, food service, or even transportation, many of them may have a CDL license, for example, and may be able to work with us in a different capacity. So we started a conversation about that last week. So welcome this morning. And Mr. Warren, do you want to do introductions? And
I would like to introduce to you, I know them as Sujata and Raj. They have been very instrumental and key to myself and Cheryl Hill behind the scenes. We have been conversing ever since our time together with you in, I think it was December, where we came forward, and we have presented the concerns. I'm going to allow Sujata and Raj to strategically go through the steps that they've taken as a result of that meeting to go out and to gather feedback. That brings us here today. And I will hand it over to them at this time.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. And thank you, board members and superintendent, for allowing us to speak today. I know what we've learned is POC is unique and requires a unique solution. We spend a lot of time with the community, yourselves, superintendent, as well as the teachers. And we believe that we've created a more comprehensive go-forward plan to address many of the concerns that were raised over the past several months. And by and large, from our visits to all of the schools, the teachers are doing well and helping your students. And we believe that we can help make it better. So Sujata, please walk us through your plan.
Perfect. Thank you all for having us. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. So we've put together this plan, as Raj said, alongside the community members, taking into consideration your feedback, speaking with the superintendent as well as the Polk County Public Schools staff, and meeting with the teachers directly. We greatly appreciate your care and concern. We understand that, you know, the feedback that we have received from you is primarily out of concern for the teachers, and we recognize and we appreciate that. So we just wanted to start off by letting you know that, and you know, we have said the same when we communicate with the teachers as well. You know, it's coming from a very good place, and we do hope to better collaborate with all of you and to better collaborate with the PCPS staff moving forward to ensure that the teachers are appropriately supported. You know, as I said, we have gained feedback from a number of different areas, including the teachers, through surveys, in-person site visits, meetings, both in-person and virtual, and put together a detailed plan in response to all of that feedback. You should have received a long-form version of a document that accompanies this PowerPoint. So the PowerPoint today is going to be a little bit more high level, just to make sure that we can talk through everything. But I'm more than happy, both of us are more than happy to answer any questions that you have on the longer document that you received, or any other questions or detail that we can provide today. We'd be happy to do so. The way that we split out the document was to focus on key learnings, things that we've taken away from the last few months, and what we are planning to do moving forward. One of the most significant pieces that we've discussed with everyone involved is timing. Our goal is to move the timeline up significantly in comparison to last year, with the idea that many of the plans that we lay out in this presentation we'll have enough time to actually execute upon them if we're able to hire the teachers early and plan accordingly. The sooner we know specifically what neighborhood and what school a teacher is going to be going to, the sooner we will be able to build the partnerships and put in place the plans that we are going to be talking through today to ensure that they are appropriately supported once they do arrive here. The goal will be to begin screening interviews with the teacher engagement team if and when the board decides to approve the contract, which is obviously what we're discussing in this meeting. But the goal would be to begin that, months earlier than what we had done last year, which I do think sets the groundwork for all of the rest of the changes that we are intending to make. In terms of the second key learning, we do want to better partner with principals and make sure that they are being included in the conversation, that we are helping prepare them appropriately, and that we are providing with them with the appropriate resources, as well as partnering with the PCPS team to ensure it's very clear what are our responsibilities, what is PCPS as a district going to be stepping in and doing, and then where can the principals potentially step in after that, with the intent of saying, this is not primarily your responsibility, but just giving them a little bit more context around where the teachers are coming from, what the situation will be upon arrival, and making sure that they understand some of that background before they arrive. We worked very extensively on a roles and responsibilities document, which I believe was also uploaded to board docs that you have access to, which clarifies specifically point by point in different areas who is responsible for what, so that they know what to come to us for and what to potentially go to the PCPS team for if and when issues do arise, recognizing that issues will arise, and how do we make sure we're addressing them appropriately. The goal will be for us to actually host a session for principals who are interested in hosting exchange teachers, led by an experienced principal, a principal who has had this experience previously and can help guide other principals along the pathway and give them some understanding of who they might be receiving, what their great backgrounds are, and some of the real strengths that they bring to the table, and then also some of the things that they might be struggling with, particularly in those first few months. We'll also make sure that the principals are familiar with the other support that is being provided to the teachers outside of their school setting, so that they have that context. We provide ongoing professional development to the teachers. PCPS is also doing, the teacher engagement team does monthly webinars for the teachers, specifically for the exchange teachers, that are more specifically focused on issues that the exchange teachers might be dealing with. So making sure that the principals have that background and understand what that support is that we're providing alongside the PCPS team. Of course, they are still being supported, as with all new teachers, by the campus induction team, the PEC mentors, and then we are collaborating with the PCPS team on making sure that they have an understanding of teaching to standards, as well as other professional development ongoing. The other piece, of course, that falls into all of this and that we focus on a lot are really those cultural nuances. Where are the teachers coming from? What are their expectations? What are some of their priorities? And how can we support them to help them through those few months of initial transition, where there might be some things that are getting lost in translation from a cultural perspective, and really making sure, again, that the principals are absolutely with us and that they're feeling like they're being partnered with and supported throughout that process. The third piece is, of course, housing, which I know we've all discussed before. One thing that we will absolutely continue to do for next year is to provide interest-free loans upon arrival to all of the teachers. One thing to note is, of the 50 teachers who arrived this year, 47 of them did take interest-free loans from the TPG team. So it is pretty significant that, yes.
On that note, do you want me to wait for my question?
No, absolutely.
Okay.
Jump in.
It's regarding the interest-free loan. It was explained to us last time that it was several $1,000s, but it was expected to be paid back within the first, was it 4 or 5 months?
5 months.
Okay, so that's $500-600 a month as people are just getting, that's just really hard. From what I've heard, that is a very different, you're in a new country, in a new place, you're trying to pay rent and get established, perhaps get a vehicle. And then you've got this, I know it's no interest, and I respect that, but I don't know if there's some way to extend that beyond the 5 months, even if it was a small interest payment, but it would
So-
be a little bit more manageable.
So we have special authorization from the Department of State at the federal level to issue the loan. So we had to request that from them, and we went through a very extensive process with them. This is not something that all sponsors are allowed to do. Yeah, or fiscally can do. So the terms of the loan are something that was approved for us federally from the Department of State level. So unfortunately, that's not something that we even have control over to do that. So the idea was 10 paychecks if they're being paid biweekly, or 5 paychecks across the course of 5 months. One thing is, in the conversation that we had with the teachers, it is rare that we'll hear that the loan is causing the financial hardship. And if that's something that we're hearing from teachers, we'll work with them on budgeting.
Please at least ask.
Absolutely.
I've had several to make a comment because I
Sure.
wouldn't have known any other way, obviously, that this existed.
Yeah.
And the short time frame, because keep in mind, these people are coming from another country. They're
Of
trying
course.
to send money home to help families. I mean, we got to be real.
Of course.
About this. And
Yeah.
if there's any way, if you do have the no interest, and it's what you just said, maybe there would be an option to look at a local community bank or something that might do a small interest loan, but might give them a little bit more time that they could get acclimated. That's all I'm trying to
Yeah.
say.
We can't charge interest.
You
Yeah.
can,
Yeah, we can.
Right.
right, because that's your thing, but I'm
Right.
saying we might be able to
Yeah,
partner with
no, I
somebody, because maybe that won't work for person A. Maybe they need something just a little bit different,
Longer.
where it might be a small interest,
Right.
but enough where you could stretch it out over a little bit more time to
Absolutely.
give them a chance to get settled. Yeah, because
Yeah.
priorities are priorities, and we all know the families back home are really important to them. I mean, that's the reason a lot of them are taking the leap. Let's be
course.
honest,
So
okay?
there actually may be another option. As I mentioned before, we had done something similar with international teachers coming from Spain, but we facilitated that through our credit union. And they had the entirety of their 3 years. It was a very low interest.
Right.
If they chose to take an extended payment plan or a zero interest, I think they had up to 10 months. But we could explore that with Mid-Florida in partnership with TPG
Super.
to see if our largest credit union might have an interest in doing something similar.
Thank you, sir. That's really what I was asking, because
Yes, ma'am.
I think that would be a nice alternative.
Absolutely.
Some may take your no interest, but others may need the additional help. So thank you,
I
Superintendent
appreciate
Hyde.
that.
I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you. And we'll definitely follow up with your team on that. And I agree, it might be that they take a smaller loan from us of $1,500 that they can pay
Right.
back over that period of time, and that'll help them because they get it within the first 3 days that they're here. But then maybe we partner with the credit union on something larger, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. The one thing that, we had a meeting with Superintendent Hyde last week, and I've updated a couple of things on the PowerPoint that I have in front of me, which is slightly different than the one that you're seeing. One piece that we were discussing with the PCPS team is to collaborate with the team on grouping and localizing the teachers in specific high-need areas, which we do feel will help a lot in terms of housing. They will be able to live with each other or live near each other, collaborate on transportation, and just making sure that we are able to really deeply focus on a few key areas rather than spreading focus throughout the entire district. As Raj said, we have learned that Polk is a very unique place, and it is not the same to work in a county of this size that has so many different pockets as it is, in other districts that we work in. And so one of the solutions that we've worked with the team on is really ensuring that we're very intentional about the areas where the teachers are being placed this year so that we're really focused on specific areas. One fairly major update since the last time we spoke is that we had a conversation, again, with the Department of State federally, who we work with very closely, on the opportunity to compensate teachers for hosting incoming teachers in future years. So historically, the teachers were only allowed on this J1 visa to be paid by their employer. So we spoke to the Department of State and we explained to them some of the issues that have arisen, not only here, but everywhere with regards to housing, given the COVID situation, the supply chain issues, and just the lack of housing absolutely everywhere, particularly in Florida, but everywhere. And we said to them, one thing that would be really helpful is a lot of the teachers want to host incoming teachers, but right now we are not allowed to pay them because they're only allowed to be paid by their employer. So we have received approval from the Department of State to be able to offer a stipend to teachers to host incoming teachers for next year. That will make a huge difference for our entire program, to be honest, and we're very glad that they recognized that need. We can't pay them the way that you pay them as an employer, but we will be able to offer them a stipend which should be pretty meaningful, that they can pay towards rent and gas and all of those things that are becoming more expensive. And they will really be able to mentor, support, house, help transportation, help with everything with these incoming teachers. So I think that'll be a great way. And that was actually, when we had the meeting with the teachers, I would say that was the most concrete piece of feedback that we received from them was, we would love to help next year. I would love to host. And when one person said, I would love to host, everyone went off of mute and said, I would love to host as well, which is great. And we really appreciate that feedback from them. We took it to the Department of State and they have approved that, which is great. One of the, a couple of other pieces from a housing perspective are really understanding the way that the regions work within Polk, again, focusing on specific regions and building regional relationships with real estate agents. I think one of the conversations that we had last time I was speaking with you all was understanding that Polk is very highly local. And so making sure that we're speaking to people who understand these local areas in a detailed manner or fashion. And I think those real estate agent partnerships will help with that a lot. And particularly, again, if we start early and we focus on specific areas, we'll have the opportunity to actually build those relationships and make sure that we're understanding the real estate landscape in any given region of Polk. Similarly, building relationships with chambers of commerce in the different areas and the different regions within Polk, and understanding what opportunities and partnerships are available there. And then, similarly to what we were talking about in terms of having teachers hosting, partnering with the community, as well as different schools, principals, community members, whoever is interested in coordinating with us, to create a repository of individuals that might be interested in hosting teachers as paying guests. I think a lot of us have understood this concept with regards to exchange students, where a lot of the times they live with host families. Can we do a similar thing with an exchange teacher, even if it's just for the first month to allow them to get settled, maybe the first 2 months? What we envision is potentially a family whose kid may have gone to college, they might have a room, rent has gone up, gas has gone up, they might be interested in that. You might have someone who's younger that's gotten a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom by themselves and might actually appreciate the opportunity to have someone help offset the rent, especially for the first few months. So really partnering with the community to do that outreach and understand who might be interested in moving forward with a program like that. With regards to transportation, one of the things that we will continue to do for the upcoming year is to provide transportation from the airport, as well as for those initial days at no cost to the teachers, including, of course, support throughout the course of the weekend. We are partnering with the PCPS team to work on making driver's ed more accessible, so some of those driver's ed resources that you make available to the students, as well as building partnerships with private driver's ed companies within the district that will be able to offer that to the teachers. We are continuing to build additional relationships with car dealerships. Since I last spoke to you, we've made a few actually really great relationships. We found one person who was thrilled by this concept and is speaking to a number of our teachers right now in Lakeland, and continuing to build upon those relationships so that we're continuing to offer those opportunities to the teachers. To Ms. Cunningham's point, also making sure that the financing is available for that. So again, if it's not through us, if that's too short of a period of time, what does that financing look like with some of these car dealerships, explaining the teacher's background, explaining honestly their stability, which is huge for these car dealerships, understanding that they are employees of the district, they are making a regular paycheck and the same salary as a teacher, and that allows the dealerships to have that level of comfort as well. So we find that if we're able to build those relationships, which we are doing, they're able to work with the teachers on financing. Collaborating with the community, kind of similar to what I was saying in the prior slide, but this one would be more focused on carpooling. Again, we do feel that carpooling is a great option, particularly in the beginning, given the cost of vehicles, particularly at this time. The other thing it really provides is informal mentorship to the teachers, things that they might not feel as comfortable asking within a formal setting of school. They can ask while they're carpooling and building those relationships, but doing a better job of outreaching to the community and to the schools and to other PCPS staff in terms of understanding who might be available to step in, who might be interested, and might actually enjoy this opportunity. And then continuing to collaborate with the PCPS team on school buses, availability, routes, and just making sure that we're working through the logistics of that. Again, the earlier, the earlier we hire, the earlier we know where they're going, the easier it will be to work with the team to make sure that we can help house them accordingly with the school bus map, basically. I added one section actually based off of the conversation that we had with Superintendent Hyde and the team last week. So one major additional change is that in response to the feedback from the board and Superintendent Hyde, we are planning to engage a POC-based representative for 3 months. So it will be approximately middle of July through the middle of October during really that peak arrival season. That POC-based representative will exclusively support the TPG teachers in Polk County. Their goal will be to focus on housing, transportation, as well as other arrival logistics, and collaborate with our existing team to make sure that we're all working very closely together. I know that's feedback that we've received directly from you as the board, and we spoke to Superintendent Hyde about it directly last week as well, and that's something that we will be able to commit to in terms of making sure that we have someone here on the ground locally to support.
Yes, sorry.
Yes. Sorry.
That was a question that I was going to present to Superintendent Hyde. So my question to you is, would that be someone locally from Polk County?
Yes.
And so it's going to be a temporary position for like 6 months?
We are planning on the first 3 months, and we'll see, if they continue to need support after that time, we can revisit it at that time.
We already have a team in place, a Tampa and Orlando representative.
Right. We do have, I don't know if the microphone is a little tricky.
I didn't hear him, so.
No problem. So we do have a team in place, as you know, a representative in Orlando as well as a representative in Tampa who both support Polk, but this would be specifically someone from Polk County who is based in Polk County, really to provide additional support during that key period of arrivals for 3 months.
Well, that's good. I think that's going to be critical that someone from the county is in that position.
Absolutely.
So thank you all for listening.
Of course.
If I may add to that, Ms. Fields, additionally, as part of the reorg that will come before the board in April, there will actually be a full-time international teacher liaison position. That is a repurposed position, and I think when that comes forward, the board will be very pleased because we do at this time have 70 full-time international teachers. We expect that number is going to increase over the next few years, and so having that full-time dedicated liaison that can partner initially with that 3-month transition period, but then can serve as liaison for these individuals, for TASL, and for other outreach organizations to ensure that they have furniture, to ensure they have household items, to ensure that they have those things, albeit at the best we can at no cost to them. And then we can also help coordinate some of the transportation and logistics for them, including Mr. Davis and others. And as you know, Mr. Pitts and Mr. Warren have been working, and as have I, to try and negotiate shared housing for many of our individuals. And this has become, as you know, a growing issue here in Polk County, affordability. Polk County does not have a plethora of apartments. It's just not how Polk County was initially built. We're seeing more and more of those come forward. But I know Ms. Cunningham was kind enough to put me in touch with a gentleman out in the Davenport community who builds homes, and these are leased homes, and they have 5 bedrooms each, and each bedroom is a master suite. So if we could find, as we talked about, Mr. Warren, has committed to trying to cluster individuals so we can best support them with housing and transportation. But this full-time liaison, I think, would go a long way, and I think the board will be very pleased with the recommendation in April.
Thank you. I was going to ask you about that, so thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say kudos to you for doing that, Superintendent Hyde. I'm excited that you have decided to add that. I know we haven't seen it yet, but just the fact that you're bringing it up today, I think that's really wonderful. It's going to serve us well and ultimately our students as the years go on. So thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you all. The last slide that I have here, again, all reflective of the larger document that you all have available to you, is just to consider, how this works in terms of actual timing. So we began the professional development sessions for the incoming teachers in January, and outreach to additional car dealerships, which, I've spoken to a little bit earlier in the presentation. The goal will be to begin screening interviews with the teacher engagement team as soon as we can, followed by principal interviews for the teachers that the teacher engagement team has already screened. We will then begin issuing forms to begin the visa process, and we'll also begin to work on that outreach to real estate agents, Chamber of Commerce, and other local individuals within the community to make sure that we're better partnering with the community. So as soon as we know what those areas are, approximately who is planning to come, and where they're going to be going to, we'll be able to begin that outreach as soon as possible. In April, we will plan to host that principal orientation session that I referenced earlier, as well as meetings with the teachers specifically about Polk County. What does the map look like? What does housing look like here? Who are some of those partnerships that we've built relationships with throughout the month of March? And how can we start to begin to support them well before they arrive here? We will then also coordinate with principals and the community and the PCPS team to identifying carpooling opportunities, some of those housing opportunities we discussed, and any other support and collaboration we can have with the PCPS team, as well as meeting with transportation to ensure that we are starting to look at what those bus routes look like. The goal will be to have them arrive the week of July 18th, do an orientation on the 25th, followed by another one on the 27th, and another one on the 29th. The first day for students is obviously on the 10th, and we'll work backwards from there in terms of making sure that the teachers arrive on their appropriate first day and are set up for success and set up to be able to deliver their best to your students.
Any further questions from the board? Mrs. Miller.
But I think they're more directed probably to you, Superintendent, just to give a little more information. I really appreciate this. I read through the material, and it provided a lot of answers to what we had in the past. And I do agree that trying to find, we're in need of a lot of positions, not only teachers, so trying to fill positions with family members would benefit both that person coming and the district. Two things in relation to cost. If you could talk, Superintendent, about how this compares to other recruitment activities we do. And principals, we're going to have principals come to meetings that are interested in receiving teachers into their schools. And I know this may have to do with timing, and it could be improved by the new timeline. But can you discuss, we've had to place teachers. So what will we do for those principals who may not be raising their hand to take in teachers? How are we going to make sure they're on board so that the experience these people have? I mean, we know the schools that are having phenomenal support, and we can see that in the work they're doing. But how do we ensure that across the district with people who may not attend these meetings right away, but need to be convinced it's something that would affect their schools?
Sure, so let me try and address the first question if I understood it correctly. So the costs associated with this program are cost neutral because there are inherent savings that we derive because they are not in FRS, they are not receiving other benefits that other traditional employees receive, so it's offsetting. So while we pay the same amount for the employee, it again is largely cost neutral for us. So there are no additional costs above and beyond what it would cost us for a normal employee. So I've given you three very similar answers there in one sentence. For the second part, it's an interesting question you ask. I think we have to do a good job of, and I have a feeling I know which principals they're going to tap to speak to others because we've seen them at meetings very frequently very supportive of the staff and what those principals have been able to do. And, you know, Deborah Wright has done an amazing job at her school, not only embracing them and maximizing the potential of each individual, but she's actually created a small community within her school, a network of support. And I think that's what Ms. Wright and others will speak to with other principals, is that I don't think we want singleton individuals because we don't want them to feel isolated in their buildings. So sending them as small clusters and small teams will allow us to do quite a bit. And quite honestly, the additional benefit of this is having our students hear about education in other countries and those experiences, those shared experiences, and why they chose to come to the United States. I think it does. I think it actually meets a lot of our civics requirements as well, to have them hear and learn about other countries and other type forms of government, you know, both formally and informally. But as far as making sure every principal is on board, that's an interesting question. And I don't know if we need every principal to be on board. I think we want those who are truly vested and have a sincere interest in these individuals teaching in their schools should be the ones we maximize and we target first and provide the best supports. And then over time, as the program continues to flourish and be successful, I think others will naturally acclimate to that process and be more receptive of it. I don't know that let me rephrase that. I don't think that there's a lack of receptiveness to it. I think some schools just haven't really embraced the idea because they may not have the same need as someone else. But as we talked about, our intention is to be very targeted, to look at certain regions of our school district where we have low retention. You know, there are places on the eastern part of our school district that because of their geographic isolation, even sometimes when we hire someone, they'll end up jumping to a neighboring district because it's just closer. You know, they can get more affordability of housing, there's a better lifestyle, whatever the issues are. So I think we can be very target specific, and that's what Mr. Warren and Mr. Pitts and I have committed to doing, at looking at those schools so we can cluster these individuals. And I think in those instances, making sure that those principals, number one, have to want these individuals in their building. Number two, they have to have the right supports in place to feel successful, that they know how to best support these employees and they don't have to relearn the lessons that we learned this year. But again, we have 2 or 3 phenomenal principals who have had a great experience and would be able to provide that support. So hopefully I addressed your second question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I really think it's support. Deborah Wright Hudson is a superstar in a lot of ways. Her school is a community, whether those teachers are there. And I think the other principals who've had teachers placed with them, maybe they just didn't feel they knew how to access supports. That position you mentioned, maybe the link to that, just making sure people feel supported. I don't think people don't want teachers in their schools. I think they have a lot of questions on what it comes with.
Correct.
So I appreciate today. I think it was a lot of good information and the explanation of it being cost neutral, because that's then the only other concern is that we are, how these dollars would be spent internally if we were just trying to go to local universities and recruit at the same level. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fields and then Ms. Fortney.
So I have a question about tonight's board meeting agenda. The contract for this group, this company is on the agenda. And it says that this is an automatic renewal, and the agreement expires no later than June the 30th of 2027. So my question to you is, there's a listing of all of the teachers that's currently under this contract. Are we basically saying that this contract is for those listing of teachers, or are we saying that this listing of teachers and anyone else that we choose to hire?
So Mr. Warren, correct me if I'm wrong, there's actually 2 contracts embedded in there. There's one to maintain the current employees that we have already retained. The additional contract is an extension up to 150 individuals if we chose to pursue that, correct?
Correct. In detail, Ms. Fields, we have a period of time where there was an additional amount of teachers brought into Polk County where we'd gone and solicited DC, and that was granted. And in the time period of those folks coming into Polk County, there was also a revision and a change, in structure to the contract. So in working with council, we needed to have an agreement between that period of time, which is one of those documents. And there's an invoice, I think, attached with that in there as well. And then there's secondly, it's a new contract where we have a new rate structure that reflects the new terms going forward. There's a value of up to $1.5 million, which covers the existing teachers in Polk County, up to a value of 150 teachers, so we cannot exceed that. but it gives us latitude to bring additional teachers in, and also maintain those that are currently here under that value that's expressed in the contract.
Thank you for clarifying that. And my question, Superintendent Hyde, is that we had a lot of discussion about the concerns that all the board members had, and I know that you worked extremely hard with the staff and met with the folks to try to address the concerns, and I think they've been addressed. So I want to make sure that I'm understanding that you're comfortable continuing to do business with this company beyond those existing teachers.
We are, and I am. Yes, ma'am. For several reasons. Number one, you know, they have been proactive in working with us additionally. This is not something we had to chase them to do. They were very cognizant of the concerns expressed by the board, and some were very valid. Others we feel, and I'll share that feeling, others were individual issues that maybe grew larger than the actual issue was because of perception. However, at the end of the day, we all own the fact that these were issues that needed to be addressed. We want these individuals to feel like they're part of Polk County Public Schools, that we are a warm, welcoming, supportive, nurturing employer. It's a great profession. So at this point, yes, ma'am, given the progress that they've made, given their sincerity of their commitment to do the right thing, I would say yes, I would be very comfortable moving forward. But we also, as you know, no offense to TPG, we contract with two companies. So moving, you know, I think we're going to have to rely on both to continue to secure international teachers to help fill our ranks. But at this time, given all the work that's been done, I'm very comfortable with where we are at this time.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Fortney.
Wow, y'all been busy since we spoke in Tampa. And our staff I see out there too, thank you, and Superintendent Hyde. This may be a Mr. Hyde question, I'm sure it is. These teachers come in as probationary teachers?
Mr. Warren?
Yes, they would come in, you know, under the typical provisions of the contract that we would have relative to the probationary contract. We engage with TPG, with PD, and/or if we've got instructional, you know, concerns, we're using those supports at the school level, you know, for peer coaching and mentoring as well as reaching out to them if we end up in a situation where we have to, you know, discuss and have some earnest conversations regarding performance with teachers.
We also there was a teacher last year who we felt was not in the appropriate situation in terms of her strengths. And we worked very closely with the teacher engagement team, and she ended up moving to a different school within Polk County and is a new human being. So you never know. And
Right,
I think,
yeah.
you know, it's been a great collaboration with teacher engagement to ensure that, you know, the first step is not to remove the teacher, but the first step is to really make sure that they're being supported and that they're in the appropriate environment, given their certification and background, to make sure they shine.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, most of these international teachers are experienced teachers from, yes.
They're required to have at minimum 2 years of full-time K-12 lead classroom teacher experience.
Right.
Well, on average, they probably have 10 years of experience and a master's degree.
Yeah, many of them have much more than 2 years of experience.
Right. I just want to make sure that that was known. Thank you very much, both of you. Look forward to working with you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Superintendent Hyde.
Ms. Fields.
I had an opportunity to go to Griffin Elementary, and I witnessed one of the teachers in the classroom. She was teaching math, and she was amazing, and she really had the students engaged. So that was a confirmation for me that, you know, it's a value that we need to continue. I just want to make sure that everything that was addressed earlier has been taken care of, and from what I can see, it has been.
Thank you. See no further questions. Thank you both very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for having us. We appreciate it.
This time, I'd like to bring Linda King, Director for Risk Management, forward. Next item on the workshop is our health plan, our 2021 plan year, and the annual financial review. And she's bringing a team.
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies. Board members, we will take a short 10-minute recess following this item. I think that's typical for our timing, so.
Thank you, Superintendent and board members. Thank you for the chance to come to you this afternoon and talk to you about the state of our health plan. As you know, the school board is self-funded. This is the Polk Health Care Plan. It's our health plan. And every year, we're required to recertify our plan with the state of Florida, with the Office of Insurance Regulation. So as a part of that exercise, we go through a full actuarial review and a balancing of our accounting with the plan year balance and also with the balance at the end of the fiscal year. So I have with me today Jan Bush, who's with Robinson Bush Consulting, who you all know really well, and then Allison Poole with Wakely Consulting. She's been doing our actuarial analysis for some years now. So, ladies, I'll turn it over to you and let you go through that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's been a couple of years since I've been here in person, and it's very exciting to see all your faces. So, as Linda said, I am an actuary. I work with Wakely Consulting Group, and I've been working with the health plan for quite a few years. My purpose with this plan is to certify the plan so it continues to operate under the Florida Statute 11208. 11208 requires a couple of things in particular. It requires actuarial soundness. And what that means is that you've got enough funds at the end of the plan year to cover all your liabilities, and that the rate structure going forward is sufficient to cover expected expenses. So each year, to meet the requirements of Florida Statute 11208, the plan has to file with the with the Office of Insurance Regulation 90 days after the end of the plan year, which is around, your plan year runs calendar year, so that's the end of March essentially. So the actuarial soundness, I just discussed that we communicate actuarial soundness to the Office of Insurance Regulation through an actuarial certification. Then there's an acceptance letter from the Office of Insurance Regulation. The basis of that letter from the OR is actually some exhibits that they require that we file, as well as our certification. Part of the big thing a couple of big things that they look for is that the balance of the plan, that's the surplus balance at the end of the plan year, cannot be below zero. That's also required for actuarial soundness. So if the balance actually falls below zero, then we don't believe that you have the funds to cover all of your liabilities. And then, as I said, going forward, the plan is expected to meet its expenses. So the Office of Insurance Regulation has another requirement that it doesn't mean actuarial soundness, but they have a safe harbor surplus amount, which is 60 days of claims. So what that means is that when we look at the surplus, if you have less than 60 days of claims, but greater than zero, we can certify the plan, but the Office of Insurance Regulation wants to know if you've got funds anywhere else to meet the differential between what your surplus is and 60 days of claims.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. So these next few slides are really giving you the picture of what happened last year in 2021, and then what caused some of those things to happen, and then projections on what we think, based on the assumptions that the actuary makes, that you are where that plan is going to end up at the end of 2022, 2023, and 2024. So this first slide on this page shows what happened in 2021. So we look at where was the ending balance at the end of 2020, on December 31st, the beginning. So on 12/31 of 2020, the plan had a slight positive balance, about $800,000 roughly. The revenue, which is a combination of what the board puts in, what the employees put in, what the retirees put in, the money that goes into the plan to pay for the expenses was about $132.1 million in 2021. Unfortunately, your expenses came in significantly higher than that at $137.3 million. So from an operating perspective, the plan lost over $5 million, almost $5.2 million, expenses exceeding the revenue. Now, there was an adjustment, or is an adjustment, that is occurring right now that was a transfer due to COVID expenses. So there was a $10 million transfer that was put into the plan, and Allison was able to show that it occurred, and it impacts the 12/31/2021 balance so that it shows positive, because we felt like it was probably going to be less problematic from the state actuary's perspective to show a negative, significant negative balance as of 12/31. So the ending balance, once we make the adjustments for that COVID transfer, as well as the changes to the claims liability, the incurred but not recorded claims, we ended up with an $11.4 million adjustment that brought the balance to a little over $7 million, about $7.1 million, which, going back to that 60-day safe harbor, when you look at the expected incurred claims costs, is about 20 days towards that 60-day safe harbor. Any questions on that? Yes.
The $10 million COVID transfer, was that from the COVID relief funds that we have? Where did we transfer the $10 million?
Yes, it was from the ESSER funds. It did come directly from the reimbursement, directly for that particular cost item of COVID claims. So yes.
With COVID and the effects of that could go long, is that an opportunity to get more funding from ESSER to help supplement this cost of our health program?
Well, we have submitted the additional, you'll see a little bit later on, I think we have another slide on the direct COVID costs, but it's actually 11.1 right now. We've gotten 10 million back. My understanding is we filed this in a later ESSER grant. Heather's behind me, so. But I imagine that that's what we've done. It's been included in a later ESSER grant to get that additional money. And again, this is just primary COVID diagnosis.
Right.
We have not gotten any direction from the feds, I don't believe, on any secondary diagnosis that will be permitted to file, from what I remember.
Per the guidelines of ESSER, we can only submit the claims, and it is for a primary diagnosis. So the group is capturing those as they continue to come in. We've estimated an amount for 3, which is for the current fiscal year, and of course, if they come in higher, we will amend that amount and move forward.
So we're asking for that with the next, you've requested it for this upcoming, the next report, right? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
ma'am, it's in the ARP or ESSER 3 application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Fields? I'm sorry, Ms. Fortney.
That money came directly from the federal government, or did we have to apply via the state and wait for them to approve, right, Heather? I mean, Ms. Jenkins?
Yes, ma'am, we had to apply
So there's a
through
possibility,
DOE.
right, so
Yes.
there's a possibility we will not get granted that? And
That is correct. If our application is not approved, we will not get those funds.
thank you.
Albeit highly unlikely, it was approved in the first round.
Okay, next to give a little history of the group insurance fund balance, and you see this every year, it's a little busy, sorry about that, but it kind of gives you a picture going back to 2014 plan year, what the board contribution was for that year, what the revenue, the expenses, and did the plan gain or lose money, and then what was the group insurance fund balance at the end of that plan year. And we also put on here the 60-day safe harbor requirement. That's what the state's looking for. Yes?
Sorry, I want to go real quick back to the COVID. Do we have the expenses we submitted for 10 million? So you're saying that was all of the codes for COVID equaled $10 million? Is that what we're saying? Is why we submitted that amount?
Yes, ma'am. We have a detailed list of the claims, so we're required to keep that as backup.
So the 120 million is for all other illnesses?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that, like long-term, lifelong cancer, things like that?
Yes.
A lot of
Okay.
cancer.
A lot of cancer, yeah. Thank you.
So I guess just a couple key messages on this slide. In the earlier years, 2014 through 2018, there really wasn't an adjustment on the revenue for a lot of those years. And you can see that your expenses were climbing during that time. So you can see how those gains or losses in that category and how that impacted the fund balance. Every year since 2018, on July 1st, the board has been putting in additional funds. So starting on July 1st of 2018, you went from 594 to 654, and then the following year, 654 to 714, et cetera, and you can kind of follow that down. Today, the board's portion is $814 for every active employee who's on the plan, and that does not include the $40 clinic assessment that is also a part of the funding structure. So as you can see, that $7 million is 20 days towards what the state's going to look for about a $21.3 million balance. And I think you're aware that every year we've been submitting a letter with the filing stating that we recognize that we're not necessarily meeting their their expectations in terms of the fund balance, and it's been successful the last several years to be able to submit that letter saying we recognize it. Next, I just wanted to show you that the plan runs pretty lean. This pie chart shows the distribution of the expenses in 2021. So for the claims and the health center expenses, that's 96 cents out of every dollar going to provide care to employees. So it runs pretty lean. So administrative fees, other expenses that get paid out of the group insurance fund represent a small percentage of the pie. The big percentage of the pie is your claims cost. This is something we look at every year too, and unfortunately, we did have another somewhat unfortunate year from the standpoint of the number of claimants that exceeded $150,000 of paid claims in 2021. So we had 80 that had paid claims that exceeded to the tune of about $22.3 million, so less than the prior year in terms of the total dollars and fewer people. So the average cost per claim actually went down, but there were more of them. So, but you can see the top 5 claimants. You had a claimant that was over $1.3 million. That was a cancer. We had number 2 is a COVID-related claim. We had another cancer in that group. So it's just kind of a lot of cancer, unfortunately. There were 33 out of those 80 that were cancer-related. But keep in mind that a lot of these folks have a lot of medical issues. So, we assign the diagnosis to the diagnosis that has the most cost associated to it. But a lot of these folks have other medical conditions that they've been trying to manage through the years, and they just manifest into an unfortunate medical event eventually. This is the slide, Ms. Miller, on the impact of COVID. These were the total costs for 2020, about $3.6 million, and in 2021, $7.5 million. And we were having this conversation earlier. What we're seeing is a lot of times the payers are kind of taking their time in processing claims right now because they're really looking to see if there is COVID-related, if it's a COVID-related expense condition that's causing those claims to be incurred by the health plan. And here's the I'm going to say unfortunate news for today is the projections on what we think will happen if there were no changes to the plan at all. So 2021 is actual. We've already looked at that. That's what actually did happen. So we're ending with $7 million on 12/31 of 2021. We're looking at revenue going up to $135.6 million, but the claims are really ticking up. So we're looking at your total expenses to go up to almost $142 million this year that we're in now, which means the plan would, if all of those assumptions played out, lose about $6.3 million, which still has a positive balance, very break even at that point when you're talking about $140 million. That's really more or less a break even. But what's going to happen next year with no changes is where it really becomes problematic, because with no changes, the expectation is the plan could lose $17 million and be in a deficit of a $16 million deficit, which again will put us in that situation where it's not certified. It's not going to be something that the actuary is able to put her stamp of approval in terms of actuarial soundness on. So that's more or less the bad news. Now, again, what we're seeing is claims are ticking up, not just here, but we see it in our book of business everywhere. And I think a lot of it is kind of that bounce. People start using healthcare services when they didn't have access, in 2020. Some were still frightened in 2021 to use healthcare, but started, seeing that increase in the escalation of claims. So hopefully that will smooth out at some point and people will kind of get back to the normal, whatever that is. The normal distribution of claims, but that's where we are. This is just an illustration. This isn't a recommendation. It's just an illustration to show that, again, if nothing else happened and the board put $90 in effective July 1st of this year in 2020, we would gain a bit of money, and we'd be, again, adding to, we'd actually lose a little bit, about $230,000, but we'd still have almost 18 days of surplus. And then $90 the following year, we would be building, and $90 the year after that, you'd be building again. But, you know, keep in mind that $90, July 1st of this year, is $6 million that the board would be putting in to the health fund just to kind of get it to almost a break even. So the next steps, you know, I guess this is kind of the dialogue part, but, you know, everything is subject to negotiation. So, you know, what is the board able to do or not do with respect to putting more funding into the plan, negotiating either plan design changes or plan funding changes with the employees and the unions is something that is going to be starting here shortly in terms of those discussions. You know, Linda has been really working hard on wellness programs and trying to come up with a way to prevent those big claims in the future by having people understand what their risks are and maybe take some action to try to mitigate those risks over time, make some lifestyle changes, et cetera. And then, as we talked about, by the end of this month, we do need to file. Would recommend that we file with a letter again saying it's recognized that that the plan isn't in great shape, but we're going to be doing, you know, doing things that are necessary to try to bring the plan into a more positive and positive state. So that is our presentation, and we'll open it up for questions.
Ms. Miller.
Again, this is for the superintendent. I have lots of questions for you today. We're doing cost-efficient reviews from different departments around the district. Any money, and I know everything's attached with strings, money found in those kinds of reviews, can that be contributed to this? How can we find money without charging our employees? That's a loaded question, Superintendent Hyde.
So I don't know that they're finding money.
Well, I mean, bringing in resources that could be used more effectively by collapsing positions and/or reassessing.
So we are following a different strategy this year for budget allocation. We're zero balance budgeting every department, which is different than what we've done previously, but that will bring some additional revenue back to the table. You know, we've worked very aggressively to be very intentional in how we spent our federal subsidy dollars as well, so that we could offset any of those costs. As you see here, $10 million, $11 million of investment to offset our COVID-related costs. Thankfully, the federal government provided that. There'll be some additional compensation we can file for. And so as a direct result, I think some of the opportunities for found money would be, because of that, it spared our general reserve fund balance. And so at the end of the year, when the budget comes forward, the hope would see that we see a slightly higher fund balance than we've seen previously. So I do believe there may be some funds there. But I do think this is, again, and the board has been adamant as a collective group thus far. My impression has been the board does not want to pass along any costs to our employees. And as a reminder, I think we're one of the few, if not one of two, school districts in the state of Florida that doesn't charge any employee contribution. However, to Ms. King's credit and the team's credit, they're starting to look at other options, meaning, are there ways for employees to contribute because they'd be buying additional benefits? So everybody would get a standard package, but then look to invest further and maybe get to an HMO, maybe get to some other level of service, but that would be the employee's decision, not a requirement. And I think that would help offset and mitigate some of our operating costs as well. But I know Ms. King can speak further on that. But we will be as cost efficient this year as we've ever been, with an eye on how do we offset, because I'm not even so much worried about this year. I am worried about next year, because that number almost doubles. So, Ms. King.
Yes, and that's why a couple of the strategies that we brought forward, you know, we talked about in bold the last meeting, and I shared with you that's scheduled to save about $1.4 million in costs. That's looking to drive folks to higher quality physicians where we don't have the medical waste. So ultimately, that's claim savings is what we're looking at affecting there. Also, our weight loss program with Wonder Health had over 600 participants with the first class. We're getting ready to roll out the second class. I haven't gotten the overall details yet on the results of that, but it is promising. They were excited to see such level of engagement on that, and that's going to go to lifestyle, right, and starting to drive and starting to talk to people about their behavior, right, and how that affects, you know, what we eat and what we do. So those are a couple of strategies that we're starting with. One other thing I'd like to point out, we have done a detailed dive into the other school districts, and superintendent's right, there are other school boards that do offer a free health plan, but keep in mind, you're not talking apples to the Polk Health Plan. You're actually talking, in many times, a very narrow network where you have narrow access, like, say, we used the embold structure and said you could only use this, as he's mentioning, like an HMO type strategy. It's a very local, limited network. And also, you're looking at, Polk has an 8-tier strategy, meaning we subsidize like single parents, like one child is $105. If you look at our peers, they're either a 3 to 4-tier strategy. No one does what we do with that. We also have a very rich plan as far as non-standard benefits. And what I mean by non-standard is when ACA came into effect, a lot of plans looked at that and said, let's line up now to what the Affordable Care Act is recommending. So, but instead, what Polk did is they stayed with the old plan design, meaning, your labs, for instance, are covered 100% or regardless. Well, most times a glucose test under a lab is a copay, or a cost share, like an 80-20 sharing. So those non-standard benefits are also increasing claims costs as well. So I just want the board to understand that you're really talking a plan design, to be honest, that's been gone for most of our partner school districts for about a decade. As far as things have slowly gone more to the ACA model and more narrow networks to be able to control costs. And also wellness has been more engaged. Now, other districts do have variation in that. A lot of them don't have the accountability built in. A couple of our larger ones have done a lot more with that. But again, that's more of a long-term strategy. That is not short-term going to get us where we need to be with revenue, to actually offset claims.
And I'm glad, Ms. King, that you touched on a couple of things in there. That obviously our costs are going up, but part of that's related to ensuring that we also enhance our employee wellness programs, which we're doing a very good job of. Because again, trying to be more preventative rather than letting issues get to a place where for an employee, they have to seek out medical attention and medical services. But I really appreciate the fact that the team has taken into consideration the board's opinion on this and the board's preference on this as far as, or let me rephrase that, the expectation of the board that we not pass this cost on to our employees to try and find innovative ways. And I'm excited about some of the opportunities that are coming forward. What's interesting, though, is if you think about it a little slightly differently. So, and I'm not saying this because I'm encouraging us to pass the costs on to our employees. I like, again, the strategy they're coming up with, which can you buy into better benefits or enhanced benefits. But if you think about it, what we are investing as a board, what you, are investing as a board to maintain the solvency of our insurance program are dollars that arguably could go directly into salary increases. So indirectly, employees are paying this cost as we are. Hopefully that makes sense. They're not seeing it come out of their paycheck, but they're not getting the raises that they may ordinarily get if we were able to put $10 million additional revenue back into the general budget. So it is an offsetting cost, and it's an issue that we're dealing with. So again, I look forward to many of the innovative strategies they're coming up with as we revisit this so that we can help try to mitigate some of these reoccurring costs, because it's getting very high, as you can see. So, Ms. Fortney.
I was hoping that we could find ESSER funds to help even more, and is that not at all a possibility?
No, ma'am, at this time, the only applicable expense are the claims expenses that we can seek reimbursement for.
And we want to be a little bit cautious there, Ms. Fortney, as well, because there's not a reoccurring revenue stream. Those funds expire in 2024, so I think what we've tried to do is offset our costs to the greatest extent possible within the legal constraints of the grant.
Right.
Ms. Fields? Sorry, Ms. Fortney.
I realize that none of us want to pass on any expenses to our employees, and I understand that, but we've been having this discussion for a long window of time. And I know we talked about maybe $25 charging to the staff. I don't know what the answer is, but I think at some point in time, we're really going to have to look at what we have to offer to our employees And then also do the comparison with other school districts, as Ms. King referenced, and make probably some hard decisions on whether or not we're gonna have to do something different, because the CARES Act money's going away, other monies are going away, and we don't have the resources to provide the level of insurance that we're doing currently, not from what I hear. And every year, we come to the table with the same discussion, and we keep putting it off, and we add what we can, but we don't have a big fund balance that we can continue to do that either. So I just think that at some point in time, we're gonna have to make some tough decisions.
Another thing I wanted to mention too, if I could real quick, is just the Employee Health Center too, as you know, has been a big success, and that continues to supply our employees with free primary care services, as well as, you know, that's where a lot of people get their labs drawn and other things done as well, and the wellness program is based there. But the other thing I wanted to say as far as other school districts, Lake and Osceola also have a health center. But when I looked at their plan design again, 3-tier, 4-tier, you know, they offer a free health plan, but it's very narrow. In other words, they would have to stay in a very limited network. And most times they have to get approval, you know, to seek care. Like they have to, before they go to go through a navigator program where they would have a nurse navigator that would approve and go through a very narrow network in order to receive a richer benefit. So, you know, we're looking at various options, as Superintendent said, to come up with a way to still offer a free health plan, but I don't know that it's going to be the Polk Health Plan as it looks today. I mean, that's obviously the financial issue that we're dealing with here. But it would still, I think, still continuing to offer the free primary care is a wonderful benefit, and it's ingrained in our culture, and it's something that most employees, you know, do take advantage of. You know, so I think that's been very successful. And I don't know that Lake and Osceola, I mean, Osceola's is fairly well used, but Lake, but I'm going to be touring Osceola's on Friday, so we'll see what that looks like. But I'm looking at some of the programs they're rolling out as well, so.
Ms. Fortney.
Is there any point in time where, as a self-insured insurance, that we might have to move from that? Is that even an option? I'm just curious.
Well, to be honest, right now, no. Your claims, you're spending 96 cents of every dollar on claims. Our issue is it's the same employee group, obviously. So going fully insured would be just horrible. I mean, your rates for that, because the insurance company has got to make some money on there, and they're projecting ahead. Right now, Polk is taking the risk. Gotcha. And we've been very good at doing that. Just because of our sheer size, to be honest, Mrs. Fortney, we would not want to go to be fully insured.
Dr. Allen.
Yeah, just again, thank you for all the work. I was just trying to unpack the in bold, or the Everside in bold tonight, and you know, trying to see that in days, you know, because we're looking at a 2-year period, a 1-to-1 return on investment year 1, and then a 2-to-1 return on investment year 2. Like, how do I see that, you know, maybe from an actuary standpoint, you know, is that within a 2-year period? Are we looking at adding 4 days, 5 days to that? You know, so I would love to see, as we're bringing all these together in a campaign way, in a sense, is how I see it. How is that impacting us? So I was just doing quick estimations. I saw 5 days, maybe I'm wrong. Is it 4 days, something like that within 2 years? Jason, you might be able to speak to that, or Heather as well. So when I look at that item that's on the agenda for tonight, and what do you see in that?
Well, I know that the first year savings anticipated to be $1.4 million in claims dollars, so.
You know, I think it's all going to be contingent on people using it. And so right now, there's really, other than you want to have a good outcome, there's no financial reason to use the Embold network. One of the things that we want to bring forward potentially is a plan design incentive that would make the co-payment different to steer people to use Embold providers through a benefit design. And again, the more people that we can get using And I want to say that that was based on 15%. So, it's assumptions at this point, but without, I don't want to use the word skin in the game, but I'll say it, but it's giving people a motivation to use and go to that extra step of identifying. And there will be, when you would go on, and I don't know how many people are actually doing this now, but when you would go on to Florida Blues website, those doctors in bold are going to pop up to the top. So if you're looking for a gastroenterologist and you put that in the search engine, automatically in bold providers who have been vetted for their quality outcomes will pop up to the top. And so if you had a lower copay or a different copay to use them, you'd be more inclined to utilize them. So the more people we get to engage in the platform and be able to use those services, the more benefits the plan will reap from using those providers. So it's not going to be a short-term strategy, but it's certainly, and I think, again, as you saw Dr. Resnick last month, really it's to elevate the quality of care in the county. That's really a community, in addition to being the right thing to do for Polk County, potentially employees and their families to have a better outcome. It will also help providers understand where they have opportunities to perform at a higher level. So I don't know if that answered your question.
Sorry. Ms. Fortney?
What, if any, penalty is given to us if we are under the 60-day and over zero?
So under the 60, under the 60 days, they'll require you to show that you've got money somewhere else to make up that differential between your 20 days and 60 days. If you fall below the zero, then the Office of Insurance Regulation will, they'll require letters to go out. Essentially, they want letters to go out to you, to the board, so that you are aware of the state of the plan. And then they want a very detailed review of what your plan is to correct, to bring the surplus back up. If you, in the presentation, you can see the plan was actually in a negative surplus situation. And we did exactly that. I did not certify the plan, but the board presented a letter that had a lot of details on what for the next 3 years, what are we going to do to make changes? And the Office of Insurance Regulation actually accepted it, and actually accepted the plan, which actually surprised me, because they don't usually do that.
And then I have just a little follow-up. Is this just for self-insured plans like ours in a school district, or let's say does Publix have to do the same thing?
No, it's self-funded government program. So if it's a city, a county, a school board, a sheriff's office, they have to file, and if it's self-funded, they have to file under the statute.
Gotcha. That's good. Thank you.
Ms. Wyatt?
Thank you. I'm just curious, I watched a documentary very early on in the pandemic about the ramifications of the shutdown and how many people wouldn't get their routine appointments and may not have their regular mammogram, things like that, because hospitals were shut down. Is there any indicators that this is something that we're going to see a spike for a couple years because of everything being shut down, and that it should level off in the future? Or is that something, I know that's a very broad question, but.
So in some plans, we are definitely seeing spikes, and that may be what's happening with Polk County's plan. There's a level of, are they getting additional services? So that's part of it, that they just haven't had the services. Then the next concern that comes behind that for actuaries anyway is that they've put off getting those services, and now they are getting a stage 4 diagnosis, or stage 3, or some where they would have had stage 1. So those are the next level of concern, that our spike is just getting the services. Then is there going to be another spike of the severity of the illness? So it's so I think there may be in 2021 there may have been an uptick in utilization. And we'll see what 2022 brings.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if we could, would you is your preference to do a 10-minute recess immediately, or would you like to try and do the next item?
Let's go ahead and do a 10-minute recess.
Okay, 10-minute recess. We will reconvene at 1:55. Thank you.
I went in thinking, you know, this is going to be difficult. I'm going to be uncomfortable. They're going to make me say things or do things that I'm not comfortable doing yet because I don't have the teaching experience. When in reality, it was laid back but productive because we were still able to have some of these difficult conversations and difficult techniques that might be hard when you're a first-year teacher, but in a productive manner where it wasn't intimidating at all. In fact, it was rewarding.
That name speaks for itself. All teachers, whether you are a new teacher, whether you are a second career professional, whether you are a veteran teacher, whether you are a teacher just somewhere in the middle, whether you teach athletics, whether you teach physics, this is where you will get that understanding of how to directly impact student achievement. And that is so important, and it is so worth your time.
Through Extending Excellence, I was energized with the new strategies and things I was learning with the different programs we were implementing. And Catherine, one of my mentees, showed me different technologies she was using in her classroom, and I was able to share some of the different strategies I've used over the years that have worked. And with that, you're building that bridge from one generation of teachers to the next generation of teachers, and that's so important because we can learn so much from each other.
Because in your first few years of teaching, I mean, it's super overwhelming. Sometimes you feel like you're drowning. So to have someone that's there for you, especially not at your school, I really like the idea of being able to collaborate with, since Polk County is so spread out, collaborating with people that have different ideas, different backgrounds, different demographics at their school to collaborate with and bring to the table.
Just having somebody there to say, hey, I was there, I'm here for you, you know, anything you need, you know, and not feeling so nervous, because sometimes when you go, you know, going to admin is kind of scary sometimes, especially when you're brand new to the school. So having somebody that I felt was more on my level that I could talk to, so I wanted to make sure I was also that for other people.
The biggest impact for me was to see teachers week by week gain that confidence in their classroom and taking that criticism and just really turning it to something beautiful, and then turning it around and taking those risks in their classroom with their students.
You have to own who you are. You have to own your feelings. And when our feelings, situations get the best of us, we're not realizing what we're portraying.
Right, right. Because you're deep in that emotion.
Yes.
Right, and it's very real. Whatever experience is fueling that, and then what experiences then are we creating for our students who are experiencing us acting out like that?
Working for Polk County Public Schools as a bus driver or bus attendant is just a small yet important part of what we do to serve our students. We want to thank all the unsung heroes of our driving force. Our dedicated trainers assist every day with educating new drivers and bus attendants, preparing them to be the best they can be. Trainers shine in assisting new hires to become safe and efficient drivers, and they teach bus attendants the essentials of their daily responsibilities. It's more than a job. Our CPR trainers and instructors teach life-saving skills, keeping everyone's certification up to date with continual training. Trainers help with CDL licensing, making sure candidates know the ins and outs of a bus, preparing them to take and pass the commercial driver's license test. Putting our students' safety first is always our top priority. The transportation team thanks everyone for their hard work and the dedication that they give to make sure the job is done. The training department would not be where we are today if it wasn't for the devotion of our trainers. If you are a dedicated, responsible, respectful, patient person with a positive attitude and a desire to help others succeed, then you are exactly who we are looking for in a trainer. Please contact the training department if you are interested in making a positive difference in someone's life.
The District 5 School-Related Employee of the Year from Rochelle's School of the Arts, Tiffany Berrien.
My motto is student first, athlete second, because I've been in their shoes before, and I know what it takes now that I'm older and mature. So I just try to instill in them that it's fun to be a kid. It's fun to go to school. It's fun to be around your family. The sports is just an extra tool. I just like to love on them, just be a good mentor and instill leadership, life lessons, something that they could take with them the rest of their life.
She instills grades first before the actual sport. She instills family before the kid. You know, she tries to get that mentality of like, it's not just about you, it's about your last name, not your first name. And I think that's really something that maybe they're not used to hearing. They're all about me, me, me. And she's like, no, step back. It's about your family, it's about your grades, and then it's about what you want to do and what you want to accomplish.
Coach Tiffany is a really great part of our school. She is a tremendous asset at our PE department, in our library, in our cafeteria. She just gets all over the campus and she helps us in so many places. She always does it with a smile on her face and she's always willing to help out. And if she has to step into a classroom to assist, she is welcomed by the kids and everybody's always so glad to see her.
She's just a good person overall and she makes me feel good about myself. She makes me want to try harder, stuff like that. She really encourages me to do my best and do better at things. She's a really good person and I love her personally. I really do. And she's a very important person to me.
I want them to remember me as she's tough, but it's out of love. They know behind the smiles when it's time to get serious. When I go coach mode, PE mode, I'm serious because I know what it takes. And just take that. It's out of love. And one day down the road, you'll understand and you'll come back and say, because of Coach Tiffany, this is why.
So let's start with a little step. Start there. Let's have our paper every day. Let's do this every day. And then once you've met that goal, you get to another. It's like having a conversation about losing weight. I want to lose a bunch of weight. It's not going to happen overnight. Right. I didn't gain it overnight. Yeah. You know, but I can set little goals.
That's right.
I can change little things. And once you get a student to realize it's the little things that add up to the big, it makes a huge difference.
Mr. Warren, would you peek your head out and let them know that we're going to start the meeting?
Well, a few teams did.
Thank you.
Y'all stop drinking in between. It's a little nerve-wracking up there watching, with everybody watching you too. So that was fun, and I was. Trying to find two semis now. So we can keep it in there. I've got 12, but they're pump action and they're heavy because they're precision phosphorus.
All right, I think we have a quorum now in the room. Thank you. Thank you. And we will go on to our next agenda item. Superintendent Hyde.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, members of the board, it is my pleasure to once again bring an item before you where we are honoring and recognizing an amazing individual. Normally, as you know, the regional assistant superintendent would present this item when it comes to naming of a facility after an individual from our community. But again, here we find ourselves in recognition of Mr. J.J. Corbett for his amazing contributions to not only here our small community, but also to our nation and our nation's freedom. So I'll read the request. This was sent to Ms. Fortney from Summerlin Academy. This request serves as a written justification as to why Mr. or Coach Jordan J. Corbett, Smoke Jumper, is deserving of the honor to have a building renamed in his honor here in the city of Bartow and Polk County. For countless years, dating back to World War II, Mr. Jordan J. Corbett has distinguished himself as being a sterling example of perseverance, dedication, and for having an unwavering commitment to demonstrating the importance of decency, respect for his fellow man, hard work, and enduring commitment to excellence in all aspects of his life. From his early days as a black paratrooper trained at Fort Benning, Georgia, and a member of the 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, he, along with other black paratroopers, were formed into what's been identified as being the 55th Parachute Infantry Battalion. Despite being faced with the challenges of racism, segregation, and finding enough qualified and able-bodied men to fill the ranks of the 55th Parachute Infantry Battalion, as fate would have it, eventually the 55th, which was later renamed the Triple Nichols Parachute Infantry, was selected to perform one of the most secret and vitally important missions of World War II. This mission, spurred on by development of the I apologize, my Zoom's not working. This mission, spurred on by the development of FUGO fire balloons launched by the Japanese, became a top priority when over 9,300 of those balloons drifted with the upper west to east wind currents toward the western United States, where more than 300 struck California, Oregon, and Washington, causing numerous forest fires and causing numerous deaths. With the Defense Department reluctant to reveal the presence of the balloons, the Triple Nickel Division became the first smoke jumpers jumping out of planes to extinguish the fires. After the war, with the South still steeped in segregation, it was readily apparent, then as now, that education was going to be the key to his success beyond military. This inspired Mr. Corbett to attend North Carolina A&T College, graduating with a degree in mathematics. After graduation, Mr. Corbett was hired to teach at Union Academy here in Bartow, Florida. This assignment was just the beginning of an amazing career as an outstanding educator and championship coach for both track and field and football. His coaching accomplishments, including achieving multiple state championships at Bartow High School, where he taught, and local sports as well. Bartow High School hosts the J.J. Corbett Invitational Track Meet. Refusing to take his retirement lying down, Mr. Corbett ventured forth into the surrounding community, continuing to further secure his legacy of local greatness by becoming one of the early founders of the Mid-Florida Credit Union. He also served as an active school board member for 12 years and on the executive board of the Citrus and Chemical Company for 14 years. Needless to say, Mr. J. Corbett has accomplished a great deal in his life. He has overcome incredible odds, never fearing the adversity of the past or the future. Whether in the military or walking the halls of a local school, Mr. Corbett has always served as an agent of positive change throughout the nation and in our local community. Through his military service and while serving the thousands of youth throughout our Bartow community, Mr. Corbett has always managed to reach up and beyond the arc of history in the direction of freedom, justice, and endless career opportunities for the advancement of residents and youth of our thriving community. Whereas most buildings bear the name of deceased notables, it is our deepest desire that Mr. Jordan J. Corbett be able to experience this distinctive honor while he is yet alive. Therefore, I respectfully request the School Board of Polk County Public Schools approve the Summerlin Academy Multipurpose Room be named the Jordan J. Corbett Multipurpose Building. Submitted respectfully, Cynthia Wright Downing, EDD, CSM, U.S. Army, Commandant of Summerlin Academy. Ms. Fortney.
I had the honor of being at the Quilt of Valor ceremony in the proposed named building. It was very humbling to be around him, as usual. And I just, for the record, want to say that I would love to see a school named after Mr. Corbett, as Ms. Fields mentioned prior, eventually. Thank you.
When is that going to be on the board meeting?
The approval?
Yes. I don't know why
I know it's not coming back to back, so it will come back in April.
Okay. Well, thank you for reading that. I think it's very important that people understand what he's contributed. So whenever we present it for approval, I would hope that someone would read all that because it's very important and very historical and impactful.
Yes, ma'am. Very well written letter.
Can I add something?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Fortney.
There is a YouTube video of that entire secret mission that is available. I would encourage folks to watch it. It is astounding.
Okay, not seeing any further questions. We'll move on to item number 4. This is the MSAP grant. At this time, I'll bring Candy Amato forward, please.
So good afternoon, everyone. So let me get more papers all situated. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about an amazing opportunity that we do have to potentially bring $15 million to Polk County Public Schools under the title of the Magnet School Assistance Program Grant, otherwise known as MSAP for short. Those of you who have been around, whether on the board or in the classrooms or administration, you know that Polk County has received MSAP grants since 2010. We've received a total of 3. So this is not new territory for us. Sorry, that's okay. So it's always difficult to identify schools because once you start looking at numbers, everybody wants to be a magnet school. They know that comes with lots of cool tools and gadgets and a lot of great PD, so it does make it very difficult to identify, but there are certain requirements that we must meet through MSAP that make schools eligible. So we have already reached out to identify the schools that we've identified. We've reached out to their regionals, we've reached out to the principals, and all of them are on board. They're super excited. Okay. I just want to bring you attention to the first 2 bullets because those are actually, they're all important, but this information is coming to you back to back, which I know is not ideal, and I know typically you like time to chew on it and process it and really process all the information. But unfortunately, the USDOE grant dropped on February 22nd. We have 60 days to write it and submit it. Unfortunately, the way spring break falls and our work sessions and board meetings fall, the next board meeting isn't until April 26th, which, as you can see, is after the due date of the grant. So unfortunately, they do have to come back to back. I did try to speak to you all via email or phone just to give you that heads up and as a courtesy so that you were aware that it was coming back to back.
Ms. Amato, if I may.
Yes.
Just also for the board's background, for information purposes, I also personally reached out to USDOE, to the department specifically, and their liaison to inquire as to any potential extension. I explained to them the tight turnaround time. I explained to them our spring break, and that we would, be very appreciative. Would there be any consideration for an extension? Essentially, what I was told was they cannot authorize an extension. However, they did say we could submit the initial proposal and then subsequent amendments should something need to change in the near future. So it's to our benefit to go ahead and submit this at this time, but with modification and revisions are possible should those be needed. So, Ms. Amato.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. So just as yes, sorry. Mrs. Cunningham?
Ms. Cunningham.
Yeah, and let me just tag on with that. As far as I'm concerned, when you're looking at applying for a $15 million grant, inconveniencing the board by bringing it back to back, to me, is not a big deal. I think this is a wonderful opportunity. I know our staff has worked very diligently, put a lot of time and effort into this. This is huge, folks. Mm-hmm. So as far as I'm concerned, please don't be apologetic. The timeline is what it is, and you could have said, you know what? We don't normally do this, so let's not worry about it. But instead, you said, no, this is really important. A lot of our kids could really benefit from this grant. So I just want to say on the front end, thank you so much. And certainly, if there's revisions, as Superintendent Hyde has indicated, that's fine. But the fact that you all pursued to continue to try to get this done and to impact these students, I know 2 of the schools are in my area. I just think this is incredible. So I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate your efforts thus far.
Thank you. Mrs. Miller.
I have a couple of questions, but in regarding getting this in, this is another reason why I'm a proponent of more than 1 meeting a month. You're not the only person that has to rush things, and we've talked about that, and I hope we talk about it in our strategic planning. For the size of a district to meet once a month, that's not what the other districts do, and it puts our staff in positions to do things like this. And as a board member, I do want things ahead of time. Also, we might need to look at scheduling for next year to look at that March and maybe try to push it, since we're moving spring break up that next year, to try to push the meeting earlier in the month for other, if we're not gonna have 2 meetings, at least we'll meet earlier in March. Earlier in April when we return. I think that will be important, but thank you. I'll have questions later on.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So if we are awarded the grant, implementation would begin in October 1st of 22. So just a few months from now, at the rate that the year is flying by. So, okay, so the MSAP 22 district grant objectives. So these are kind of our overarching objectives of the grant as a whole. We want to reduce the minority group isolation of African American students at 5 of our sites. We want to maintain the Hispanic students at one of our existing schools. This one is really key. We want to revise our magnet choice enrollment system to better meet the needs of the magnet schools, the district, and the impacted communities. And I'm going to go into that in just a few minutes. We want to increase the magnet seats in areas where the numbers of applicants significantly exceed the number of available seats. We want to complete the last K-12 continuum of IB and add 2 K-8 Cambridge programs that would lead to additional Cambridge and IB students. Create a K-8 STEM feeder in Zone B, and improve academic performance and attractiveness of Polk County Public Schools throughout innovation and best practice. So those are our overall goals. The current lottery system actually is a revision of the original system that was implemented because it was struck down by the Supreme Court, so it has been revised. It's very complicated. It's very difficult to explain. Please don't ask me all the intricacies. It's based on the census data with points of mile markers to determine enrollment pieces. It does have to be approved by the Office of Civil Rights. And like I said, the data we're using is it's actually probably 12 years old because it's from the 2010 census. We do have new data that we would like to use funds from the grant to update our current system. It also limits the district's capacity to address the needs of the district as a whole to impact overcrowding schools, neighborhood preferences, and minority isolation of our current zone schools. We are bound by what the lottery system is currently in place, and we don't have any of that latitude at this time. So these are some improvements we would like to bring to OCR to approve. Ultimately, it is that we do have to run our new system through their approval process. We would still continue to maintain the federally required lottery components and maintain the original desegregation zones. But these next two bullets I find extremely valuable for us as the district because it allows us some flexibility that we could do annually to address minority isolation and overcrowding district schools. And I could use Mrs. Cunningham's zone as an example. You've got Boone Middle School that is overpopulated, and we potentially had open seats availability at Dundee Ridge by allowing a priority preference for the students who reside in the Boone area, that zone, providing them an opportunity to have priority points so that they would have a weighted lottery selection to be selected to attend the school. Those are things that we could adjust annually as the district, as we see different areas needing those priority points. We would look at addressing some neighborhood preferences, which will play into a factor in a few minutes, and then there's already a few national models that we have looked at that we would like to hone in on and maybe tweak to make more personalized for Polk County. So some of the potential priority points that I discussed a few minutes ago about giving those priorities. So students attending overcrowded schools, Students residing within a certain neighborhood or distance from the magnet school, because we hear a lot of the times that they have to drive past 3 magnet schools to get to where they're going, but providing those students, if they apply, the opportunity to have a weighted lottery. Students who are attending a zone minority isolated school, students attending persistently low-performing schools, and what we hear quite a bit is the non-kindergarten sibling preference, because as our policy sits now, only incoming kindergartners receive a preference for kindergarten only. So there's no additional sibling priority allotted in our current system. Any questions on that? Okay, so our first school up would be Blake Academy. Although Blake Academy is currently a choice school, it is not recognized as a magnet school. So the benefit here is they're already included in our lottery process. Transportation is already designed. Nothing needs to be rezoned. They're already included in our magnet zone A. The goal here is to reduce the African American minority isolation. If you look at our numbers, the current data is at 43.7% of the students at Blake, with the zone A average sitting at about 21%. So they are definitely minority isolated and something that needs to be addressed. Our focus here would be a primary and lower secondary Cambridge program, so they would be a K-8 seamless Cambridge system. Please note that they obviously, once those students are in 8th grade, they're free at this point even to apply to a Cambridge or a IB program. That opportunity is still there. This does not guarantee them an automatic feeder into Tenor Rock High School or Winter Haven High School or Bartow IB. They still would have to apply and take the assessment just like the rest of our students do. Yes, ma'am.
But Tenor Rock is still not based on the assessment, so they could apply without passing assessment.
Tenor Rock is
Right.
is an assessment. They do need to take the assessment.
They need to pass the assessment?
Well, they apply, just like at the rest of our schools, and then Mr. Miller sets up numerous Saturday and Wednesday opportunities for the students to take an assessment, and then all the scores are tabulated.
So I just want to make sure, I don't want to send students to a program that has, to make sure they understand what the requirements of the program are. Is there an academic requirement on that assessment to enter that program?
There is no academic requirement to be eligible to apply or take the assessment. But the acceptance, the invitation to be invited to the Cambridge or IB program is based on how well you perform on the assessment.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, Cumbie, and you may remember the Office of Acceleration and Innovation did write this grant back in 2020, and Cumbie was included in there. So there would be a minimal revision for this school. It would just simply be to add the primary Cambridge program. It's already a magnet school. We don't need to address busing. We don't need to address zoning. And then the students in 5th grade would have the opportunity to choose between continuing their Cambridge opportunity at Blake, or they could continue their feeder and go to CASE, which is housed at Crystal Lake Middle School. So there would be no major revision at that point. All right, Zone C, which is in the Haines City area, this would be Bethune Academy. Again, Bethune is already an existing magnet school, so there's no need for rezoning or busing concerns, but it would be a complete revision. I believe Bethune was in the 2010 MSAP grant, so one of the very first ones the district received. So this would be a complete revision. They currently are a STEM magnet school. So in order for USDOE to accept this as a complete revision, we have to revise their magnet theme. We could not continue to enhance their STEM program with no other components added. So we would like to bring the primary Cambridge program to Bethune, and I'm sure someone is going to ask, why not IB, considering Haines City is right around the corner. We already have an elementary IB program in Zone C, and it's Dundee Elementary. So we would not want to have the same students competing for the exact same. This is just providing them an additional opportunity, and we're just really looking to enhance the rigor and the attractiveness of attending Bethune. Any questions? All right, Daniel Jenkins, again, is the feeder directly from Bethune already. That pattern already exists. Again, a minimal revision, very similar to Cumbie or Code Academy. We simply just want to align the program so the feeder patterns work nicely, and we would be looking to bring the Cambridge, the lower secondary Cambridge program 2, Daniel Jenkins. Again, there's already an MYP and IB program in Zone D, and that's at Dundee Ridge, so we don't want to compete against the same students. The same caveat applies here. If the student is interested in Haines City IB or the Tenorock program, at this point, they would be zoned probably for the Winter Haven program. They still have to apply and take the assessment to be eligible to attend those programs. We would not, this would not limit the student in what school they what program they applied for. They could still apply for Harrison or Summerlin. This is just providing them a different avenue of exposure. All right, so this is where new magnet schools would come into play. We would like to take a look at Zone D, which is in the Bartow area, and we would like to take Stevens Elementary and convert that to an International Baccalaureate Primary Years Program, K-5. This would complete the K-12 continuum in Zone D. The Winter Haven zone, the Haines City zone, and the Lakeland zone already have a K-12 continuum. The Bartow Zone D is the only zone that does not have it, so this would complete the K-12 IB component. Obviously, our goal here is to reduce the African American MGI, or minority group isolation. Based on our current data, we show Stevens is sitting at 46% African American, and the whole Zone D is at about 16%. The benefit here is the 5th grade students would automatically roll into Union along with the Bartow Elementary. We would not take that process. So you would have all of Bartow L and Stevens rolling into Union for middle school 6-8. Yes, ma'am.
You were waiting, weren't you, Candy? Okay. I appreciate you calling and us discussing this, but as I told you, I was going to bring up Floral Avenue. I don't want to leave them out in the cold. So not that it's your job, but Mr. Hyde, I know you've said to me numerous times, our goal is to make every school a choice school. And I just don't want to have Floral end up with not a real good option as far as attracting kids to their building. I just wanted to put that out there. I feel the same way about Albert Elementary over in Winter Haven when we do Gardner.
Okay.
So I just would hope that we could work and find something that makes them a choice school as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And Mrs. Fortney, on my last slide, I have something that may address some of those concerns.
Well, you've improved since 8th grade, Candy. Very good. Thank you.
Ms. Fields.
So, Superintendent Hyde,
Ma'am.
what is the process for determining what schools are considered for magnet schools?
Well, in this case, for this particular grant, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Amato, it specifically targets schools where they may say that there's a demographic isolation or a demographically isolated population of students, in particular African-American Black students. So that's how these schools were selected. Moving forward, it is my sincere commitment, I've said it numerous times publicly, to regionalize all of our programs so that there are equal opportunities in every single respective board member's area. That speaks to every one of your interests since the time I've arrived. How do we expand choice offerings for every family so that a family's options aren't limited just based off of availability of seats? We're able to replicate strong programs and replicate their outcomes. So that's essentially, this is heading in that direction. Now, while we have made initially the decision for the grant application was not to replicate IB because there's one neighboring. However, if the IB program or other programs are being incredibly successful, then we will continue to expand those programs to other schools. So I think we will see this investment in this initiative persist beyond this grant. As a school district, we'll have to make those decisions. But I think there's some other things that also play into this, and I'm glad Ms. Amato took the time not only to speak with board members, but to speak to the schools themselves. The last thing any of us want to do is place a program at a school where the administration and the staff aren't supportive of that program, because that program will fail. There's no amount of support. I can't mandate a program be successful in a school because it requires the sincerity of investment on behalf of the administration and the staff at that school. So it's important for us to take into consideration those factors as well. But so specific to your question, this grant specifically targets certain schools based off demographic enrollment.
Okay, and then I have a couple more questions. So who sits at the table to identify and to get feedback from the community? Because this is a big deal. I know that from the segregation, specifically when we were dealing with being in compliance and all that wonderful stuff. So I know you said, I think Mr. Amato said the regionals are involved. I'm sure that you are involved. I'm sure that Mr. Green is involved. And the leadership of the school, do we get parent involvement? Do we get community involvement?
So some of the next steps would be for Ms. Amato and the team to hold those community meetings within these schools. First and foremost, to address the opportunities that these programs will bring to their schools, but also what options are available to families should they not want to pursue these magnet program options as well. And it really depends on how, as a school district, we have historically embraced programs. I have very seldom have I seen programs launched comprehensively across a school. Usually it's a gradual phase-in program with 1 or 2 grade levels a year, and then comprehensively it builds over the course of years. So you're developing a cohort or cadre of students who went there specifically for that program. So you could still allow parents of children who are attending a school who don't want to pursue that option to matriculate through the school onto the next school level without having an interruption in their current service. But there are multiple people involved, so the next steps again would be those community meetings, getting additional feedback, and again, addressing any parent questions or concerns that they have about what does this mean for my child, what does it mean for my future child who may be attending here, and what options do I have available to me if I choose not to want to do this program. And we have to be considerate of that. It's not just a matter of parental choice. I think it's a matter of each parent knows which skills and aptitudes their children have at a very early age. We see our children gravitating towards certain things, and so parents want to know if a STEM academy doesn't fit within my child's abilities or interests, what are my other options? And I think we have an obligation to give them options in that regard.
And I agree, and I think we have to tread very lightly. And if you look at Blake Academy already has a focus. So now we are talking about doing something completely different. So I just think that we really need to make sure that whatever we put in place, that it's going to be something that's going to be doable.
Yes, ma'am.
And something that's going to be receptive by the community.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Miller?
Kind of in the same field, I have a couple of questions. One, I hear the superintendent say that we're not going to put programs in unless we have the buy-in from the principals. In the past, we've invested into programs, and through changes of leadership at the site level, they've gone to the wayside after we've spent lots of money on them, and it's not good. Taxpayer, even if it's federal free grant money, it's still money. And so we need to make sure that if we're going to implement a program, we are speaking to the community and the leadership at the schools, and it is an expectation that that program will remain. There's 3 right now in my head I won't say out loud, that we have implemented programs and spent money on them, and now if you go there, they don't have the program because of whatever. It was a site-based decision, which I'm sure there were good decisions made, and they had their own needs. So I think we need to make sure we're having their input when we do that. And speaking of magnet in general, you have one magnet. I appreciate you considering code. Code is probably our only magnet that has self-contained units for students with disabilities who really takes most of their community, and if not all of the community, as long as they apply. What we don't want to do is see what we've done to Wendell Watson. We've opened academies in its surrounding areas, and now we're busing kids. And we're not going to bring Rob up today, but starting transportation, 12 million in the hole, or that's the old numbers, to try to bus kids all over our county isn't good fiscal sense to most people. So I am for these programs. I think they're very important, and making sure every school has some kind of program. I really would like to see what we can do that doesn't cost the grant money to provide. I know at one point Blake had like a leadership academy, and I'm not sure that was funded by grants or just the people that were there, but I thought it was very successful. I was out there and visited that school recently, and they have a great team at AP out there, was part of Lakeland Leadership. He's a great leader. And I saw they've just hired or moved someone in the position of like an ag position, and that person was doing a lot with agriculture. And I don't know, that's not being funded by a magnet grant, but that's some other funding. I want to make sure that we're offering something. So we've already pretty much depleted neighborhood schools in the name of choice, which I completely understand, people wanting to go what's best fit for their child. But looking at the cost of transportation and implementing programs that can be ended by site-based decisions, when I'm thinking, efficient use of our dollars, I want to make sure that's what we focus on. And that's a superintendent question because he's new here.
Well, and I think to a great extent, we've already addressed that. Mr. Green and the team have already revamped and revised the process in which we select subsequent administrators. It's a very thorough process, and there is no more site-based decision as far as the elimination of programs. These are district initiatives and district-initiated and supported programs, and so every administrator we place in these schools, in any of these schools, will have the expectation that they fully support the programs. That means they also are well-versed in the programs, and that is something that we include in the evaluation and selection process of future administrators. So I think by and large, we have addressed that issue. Transportation is a really good question. If it's been our position as a school district to bus for all magnet and choice schools, a lot of districts don't, and they leave that up to parental choice. But that's also why it's important for us to regionalize programs and not require students to have to travel an hour across the whole county to get to another program. By placing them in proximity to their zip code, their traditional attendance boundary, we can help eliminate a lot of that. But more often than not, choice schools are fully supported through parent choice of transportation, not through school district transportation. But there are some limited instances where we may continue to do that in the future. But this is part of strategic planning and where are we going? What's our vision for the district long term? So great question, though.
And I look forward to that because transportation is a problem, and Rob's always had to come, and tell us how much we're in deficit from the beginning. But I want to, again, we've made a lot of progress in accepting all kids into academy programs. When I first came onto the board, parents would receive letters just by seeing a kid had a 504 and IEP and telling the parent they don't belong or that we can't serve them. Code has shown us we can and be successful at it if we give them the right supports. I would like to see other magnets be required to do that. What's happened in the past is we've opened academies or magnet schools, and we would support, but then after those kids moved on, those units were closed and those opportunities were gone. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to see that happen again. I want to be able to say, hey, this is your choice as a parent, not limiting your choices by the level of support.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm looking forward to those changes.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, I was just going to say, once again, kudos. Y'all have done an amazing job to meet this short timeline. So my question is, and I understand we need to go and have community meetings and so forth, but obviously the cart before the horse. We need to first find out if we have been accepted. When will we know that? Do you have a timeline on that?
That's the magic ball
Is it?
question, yes. So the grant, obviously the due date is the end of April.
Right.
Then there's a multi-step process that USDOE does.
Okay.
They vet the program, they vet the application, then there would be a call with OCR, the Office of Civil Rights.
Oh.
Ideally, we would know before October 1st because that's when the grant would go into effect. So
Okay.
ideally would be nice, early September,
Right.
but there's no guarantee on that.
Super. Okay, thank you very much. I must have missed that in the presentation.
Ms. Fortney and then Dr. Allen.
Ms. Amato, we did not make, we did apply for this last year, same grant, this is just, and we barely missed that. Can you give us some figures, how many were given out?
So.
And how many will be given out?
Yes.
Thank
so during the 2020 grant that was dropped, only 5 were awarded from USDOE. This time around, they're looking at approximately 40.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Allen.
Thank you, Superintendent. And thanks for the phone call. It was great as well. Definitely gave me some time to think about it as well. I was curious, in regards to student achievement within the last, you said we've done this 3 times, 3 previous MSAP grants.
Mm-hmm.
You see that as very successful. I mean, can you speak to that for a moment? And then I wanted to secondly follow up with Ms. Cunningham in regards to timeline. So if we're looking at October, then the enrollment period would start the following year?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then is it about, from just doing some light research on this, is about a 3-year period to fully implement a program?
Correct. So to answer your first question, so in regards to growth, I have to give kudos to the former Senior Director of Acceleration and Innovation, which was Carolyn Bridges, who actually was the spearhead and ran the magic behind the scenes on all of this. So under her watch, she was able to, her and the team were able to take Winston Elementary and convert them from a failing school to almost an A-performing school using the turnaround, as well as Dundee Elementary, the same process. So when you have lots of money, it's easy to throw the support, but more than that, it's providing them the knowledge so that when the money runs out, they still have the knowledge and the skills and the professional development to continue that movement forward. Your next question in regards to that timeline, so the schools that are currently magnet schools, nothing changes for them. They're already in the enrollment process, so they would actually begin grant implementation October 1. So we would start moving forward with them. There's not just providing that new service of that realignment. For the new schools, which would be Stevens, and then the next school that I'll get to is Garner, we would start that we would call that their planning year. And so they would be in a planning mode where we would start identifying what professional development do they need, what type of curriculum do we need to add, enhance, what math manipulatives, what do they need on their campus, start ordering equipment for their fabrication lab or their maker space, and then start rolling out the PD. Their students would still stay. We would not upset the apple cart. Those kids still stay there. The application enrollment period would start in January, just follow along the lines of the current application process. Something else to add is that the students who currently would be attending Stevens and or Garner, those students get their seats. They're guaranteed their seats. We do need their application on file just to meet our requirements of the lottery process, but their seats are guaranteed. So there's nothing so short of knocking on the doors and making sure we have their application, they retain their seat. So we're not sending those students anywhere else. Then if they have an incoming kindergartner, those kindergarten students would also then get that sibling component. So that first year, we would still honor and welcome all of those children back into the magnet school and start the process at that point. And then by updating our lottery system and providing some priority points to the community and the neighborhood, we would still maintain and work to still attract the students in the neighborhood. I think I answered all of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Cunningham.
Are you done?
I have one more school, but I'll answer your question.
Finish.
Okay. So I just really touched on all of these. You guys ask great questions, so I try to provide all the information. So that's just sort of the timeline that would address from October to December, kind of what would happen. And for next year, so would be this year's current fourth graders, so next year's fifth graders would automatically get that role to union for Stevens students. Even though they did not have the IB PYP component, we would go ahead and start that transition, enrolling those fifth graders automatically to union and start that feeder pattern. So, okay. The last school, Zone B, which is Garner, which is a K-5 currently. Our goal here is to reduce or maintain the African American Minority Isolation Group. We would like to add a STEM component to Garner. There is already an existing PYP program. Our goal to not add Cambridge here is because we would like for the students at Garner to roll for middle school to Lake Alfred Polytech. Lake Alfred Polytech has a STEM focus, so that alignment is nice for that K-8 continuum of STEM. So, this would also be a brand new magnet school, so Rob's probably not happy with me right now because that will involve some busing and some rezoning. Again, the same preference that would go here. The students currently enrolled in Garner would stay there. I've already had several conversations with some people in the community because Garner is a unique situation. The students who live in the Florenceville area were impacted by that original 1992 desegregation order. And those students attend about 6 different elementary schools in a one pocket area. 6 different schools in that one area. So if you move, or you move with grandma, or you go move with aunt, then you potentially have to change schools in order to continue to get free public transportation by Polk County Public Schools. So that's a huge problem with continuity. It's a huge problem with tracking their learning. Where are they at? Are we missing them? Is there a gray area of them falling through the gaps because of the transient population of going from school to school? So by converting Garner to a magnet school, regardless of where they lived in the Florence Villa zone or wherever they lived in the Winter Haven zone, they would still get to stay. So our goal would be to stabilize the enrollment for that area and for that population of students who traditionally would go to Jewett Academy or Jewett School of the Arts before they were magnet schools. And that would allow them some continuity and some consistency in their families. So again, the same rollout that I talked about with Stevens, the students who are currently enrolled would get to stay. Next year's fifth graders would get an automatic enrollment and roll up to Lake Alfred Polytech, although they had not attended a STEM program. Polytech is open for open enrollment for any student, so we would go ahead and begin that feeder pattern next year for those fifth graders.
But would still have the option to go to Jewett School of the Arts.
They could still apply for Jewett School of the Arts, and they could still apply for Jewett Academy, but their natural role of progression would be to Lake Alfred Polytech, much like in that area. Brigham students naturally roll to Jewett Academy, but they do have the option to apply to Jewett School of the Arts.
Ms. Miller.
Garner has a population with a high need of support. We unofficially call it a cluster school because of the level of support and units that are at that school. Are we going to provide that level of support to Polytech if we're going to allow the students to roll into Polytech? That's one question. And in the future years, are we going, if the students do not apply for that program and need the same level of support, what will the zone be if they live in that neighborhood? Are we pushing them into Auburndale or down into Elbert? What is the non-magnet school zone for that neighborhood?
Well, right now, there's 6 different zone schools.
For the Inwood area as well?
Well, the Inwood area stays in Inwood. Those are walkers.
I'm looking at the Havendale side of Inwood.
Okay. I'm taking notes.
Okay, and you can provide that later.
Okay.
And my main question is, since we are going to encourage a roll-up into Polytech, is not considered a cluster school, do we have supports provided for the students who will be going from Garner to Polytech? That's the second question.
Well, the answer is yes, because supports follow the students based off their specificity of need.
That's how it's supposed to work, Superintendent Hyde.
It's how it works in Polk County.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. So we've talked about having the primary Cambridge program at Bethune through this grant, lower secondary primary Cambridge at Daniel Jenkins. So that's K through 8. So obviously my next question is going to be, or at least I'd like to plant a seed, that I would love to see the high school component. So a secondary Cambridge program at one of the area high schools. You're probably way steps ahead of me, but in thinking through this, I just think it's important to plant the seed that there ought to be that continuum for the students on the east side of the county. So that's all I have.
Okay.
I understand it's not in the plan now, but I'm hoping with time we'll be able to address that as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And to circle back to Mrs. Fortney's question about, her concern and her passion for floral and the other schools. So the magnet office, even currently, we've got items out on checkout to schools locally. We have laser cutters issued to Highland City and Spessard Holland. They're on loan because they are attached to magnet dollars, so we can't just gift them to them because they were funded through a grant through very specific requirements. But we have things for checkout. We have 3D printers that we allow schools to check out and borrow, and we provide assistance as needed. In the past, we've created incoming kindergarten summer booklets that we've distributed to Floral and Caldwell and other schools. So we are mindful of that issue and of that concern. We also would like to, if we are successful and we get the grant, is provide some additional PD and some collaboration with the schools that would potentially be receiving those students from the rezone because of the magnet, so that they don't feel as if they're being left out, and to continue that conversation with those schools and to allow them to be a part of it. Look at ways maybe we can add some attractor programming, or how can we assist. There's also a lot of grants that are being dropped here, are planned to be dropped, that aren't tied to very specific minority isolation groups. Their options are a little more broad, so look into potentially writing some of those grants, or looking into, do they meet the students' needs or the school's needs, and provide them that opportunity as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. And that is all.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Ms. Amato.
Thank you.
See you later.
Yeah.
At this time, I'd like to bring Carrie Foster forward. This pertains to our mathematics instructional material adoption.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, Honorable Board, and Superintendent Hyde for this opportunity to kind of share with you guys the process that we've been going through for the math instructional materials adoption. I just have a kind of a brief presentation to kind of go over with you guys the process that we've gone through, our timeline, the outcomes, and our next steps. So kind of how the process kind of begins is the state bids eligible review are released. Then the district notifies those vendors from that bid list, and then the committee is formed, and then they review the materials. And there's a public notice of the committee's recommendations, which is why I'm here with you guys today. And then we have a public hearing and board approval for contracts for those instructional materials that are selected. So this right here, which I think you guys have a copy of, is our adoption timeline. The state of Florida is currently going through the process of adopting the K-12 mathematics instructional materials to be used in the 22-23 school year. Our contract has already ended as of June 22. We extended that contract from previous standards. So also with that, we have, you can kind of see like from our timeline that we kind of share that a timeline with vendors. Then we kind of solicit for committee members. Our participation for the textbook adoption was an open invitation to committee members. They included teachers, administrators, stakeholders, instructional coaches, and overall we had 116 committee members. They represented 68 different schools. We had 79 members in the elementary committee and 37 in the secondary committees. And you can see through the timeline, we kind of began our first meeting. We meet down with the committee members and we review our rubric that they're going to go through with the instructional materials to look through. The rubric has 6 areas. The first one is content. Things in content are, does this resource provide complete alignment to the best standards? The benchmarks for excellent student thinking, which is what we're going to for Florida. The second area is teacher-supported materials, things like tiered instructional materials and resources that help to address the needs of all learners, and also provide a variety of scaffolding methods that could be used for remediation on level as well as enrichment. Another area that we look at in that portion of the rubric is the language supports and scaffolds are provided for varying language proficiencies. This includes materials not only for our ELL learners, but also for our struggling readers. Another component is instruction. Another one is addressing the needs of all those learners. Of course, again, this kind of goes through making sure that their student content and resources are available, not only in various languages, but again, making sure that we've got some progress monitoring and some things for enrichment as well as for remediation. And making sure that the instructional materials have instructional strategies and resources to really address the needs of all of those learners, whether that be accelerated, ELL, multiple learning styles, and ESE as well. Then there's assessment and format as well. So with that, I am excited to see the committees have come up with they came to consensus on at least 2 titles for each, or around 2 titles for each of the areas. And again, this committee did a phenomenal job. They really, poured through the materials and really looked at to make sure a lot of their conversations were around, do these resources also provide support not only for students and for teachers, but also for parents. So that was a lot of the conversation around that. For elementary, the 2 that they came to consensus on is McGraw-Hill, Florida Reveal Math, as well as Savvis. And the recommendations are just alphabetical by publisher name. For middle school, and this would include 6 through 8, as well as the accelerated courses for that, is the HMH Florida's Best into Math and the McGraw-Hill Florida Reveal Math. For the high school, the Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and Geometry is the Big Ideas for Florida's Best Math Standards and the McGraw-Hill Florida Reveal. For our pre-calculus, the committee came to consensus around the HMH pre-calculus Young, and then the Savas pre-calculus Blitzer book. For the AP calculus, A, B, and BC, is the Cengage title, and then the Macmillan, also known as BFW. This is one of our new courses that is coming to the high school, Mathematics for College Algebra. So the committee came to consensus on the HMH College Algebra Young book, and then the Savas Algebra and Trigonometry 7th edition. Another new course that we will be offering this next year is Mathematics for College Liberal Arts. We have the Cengage Mathematical Excursions, as well as the Savas Thinking Mathematically Blitzer book. Another new course for our high schools is Mathematics for College Statistics, and the committee came to consensus on the Savas Strats in Your World. So our next steps are just a public notice for the public review. It starts today and lasts at least 20 calendar days as stated by Florida statute, and I'll let you read that number on there. And the public is able to review and provide feedback for the material online. They can go to this site. It's also listed on our website. There'll be a link to the page, and then from there, they can actually view all of the titles that I just shared with each of you. They can look through the materials, and then there is a place where they can put in and leave public comment. And they can also contact me. Oh, I guess I forgot to introduce myself. I am Carrie Foster, the Senior Director of K-12 Mathematics. I didn't look at that first part on my page. I did actually write that down. Sorry about that. But now you know who I am. And then at the next board meeting in April, we'll also do a like a public hearing for it. And I look to Wes over there, always checking with him.
Public hearing will be at the next board meeting. We'll advertise that with the list of materials, and then the adoption will be at the meeting beyond that. The Florida law requires that you can't do the public hearing and the adoption at the same time. Seeing no questions, thank you, Ms. Foster.
Thank you.
Great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Next item before the board for workshop is reorganization discussion of school and central office positions. I'll bring Mr. Warren and Mr. Pitts forward while I do a brief introduction. There are actually three categories or three groupings under this item. One we've addressed on several meetings and occasions. That's group 3, which are changes, and we've had discussion about principal, head of school, headmaster. I think we've thrown every title out there to date, but I have some updates in regards to that I think will help address some of the concerns the board has received via email and some from our community stakeholders. Group 1 is the first group here. This is the Director of Internal Audit Services, Senior Director, and 2 changes to positions within that organizational structure. While the internal auditor does not report to the superintendent, it was requested by the board chair that we reevaluate this position. It is a discussion that's been held before with the board as far as her current salary grade. There was a comparison done. I've shared that with the board to neighboring and surrounding districts that shows their level of compensation, including years of service, and their overall student enrollment. And so there's basically a recommendation before the board there. It is not coming back to back. Initially, that was an error on our behalf. It is just an item for workshop and discussion. This item will come back at the next board meeting. Ms. White, I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to contribute to that.
As we open it up for discussion, I can bring up some of our talking points, but I also just want to make sure you all saw, I added the internal audit services cost analysis for just that department and put that on each of your desks. It's included all together on the agenda item, but there's a breakout just of the internal audit services department.
Okay. Group 2 will be the change. This was a request of the assistant principal. Currently, Harrison School of the Arts has an assistant principal. It's a 10-month. Again, we've discussed that position previously. There was a request to move that potentially to a 12-month assistant principal. Again, I gave a brief history. Previously, when the principal moved on and transitioned out, the assistant principal was elevated into the role of the principal. At that time, a decision was made because of low census or lower census to drop the assistant principal position down to the 10-month position. And so again, at that time, the indication and the threshold was established that once the school hits 600 or more students, that assistant principal position would be returned. Presently, according to the enrollment numbers I was provided, they're at 587 students. So I know that that's a topic for one more. And then group 3, again, was the discussion about head of school, head of program, headmaster, principal, I think we threw every title we could possibly think of out there for further discussion. And I have some additional information that I've shared with you, and I think the board has been copied on all of my responses to date to our stakeholders as far as the validation or justification and how we're trying to strive to create equity. In particular, I think it's important for the community to understand we have 74, in addition to just these schools that we're seeking to address here today, we have 74 other comprehensive academy and CTE programs across the school district. My research in our school district revealed primarily that one administrator in each one of our buildings supervises those programs, some of them supervising upwards of 2,200 kids. Many of our high schools have 6 or 7 academy programs that are very large in enrollment. Ridge, Haines City, Auburndale, and others have great participation from our students. And so there's a question there, how do we best address these issues across the board so that we can create something that's far more equitable? And what position title best would suit that need? And so that's where we left the conversation last time. Again, I'll be more than happy to share some more information here to support my justification, but we wanted to bring this back for additional discussion. Mr. Warren's here, Mr. Pitts are here to answer any questions you have. So, Madam Chair, I defer to you or members of the board. Would you rather take them by group or?
I think let's look at them by group just for now, as far as, I'd like to have the conversation instead of rehashing at the board meeting what we discussed at the last board meeting. I'd like to have that conversation during work session and work out all the kinks before we take it to a vote.
Yes,
so if we can look at the first group of the head of schools, and then we can talk about Harrison, and then after that we can talk about internal auditor briefly before it comes to us in April.
So again, and I won't rehash everything, but I mentioned to you that there are 74 other programs. As an example, at Auburndale Senior High School, 1,238 students currently participate in 6 different programs on that campus. All are supported by one assistant principal. That assistant principal is an 11-month assistant principal. Even within our academy programs, we see a number of disparities. I'll use Ridge Community High School as another example. Ridge Community High School currently has 7 different programs serving up to 1,317 students. Again, one assistant principal is assigned to supervise all of those programs and support those programs. They're an AP 10, which means they're only on campus 10 months a year. As we reflect back on what the school district chose to do with academies and programs, we adopted we visited Nashville in particular because it was an exemplary model. And I would argue that we now, in many instances, in many areas, we very much mirror the success of Nashville and the academy programs there. We still have some additional work to do, but part of this is how do you best support those programs? The Nashville model actually has what they call an academy principal for each one of those programs. Essentially, they are 12-month assistant principals who all supervise one of 4 academy programs, and then with offsetting, there are, within the 4 quadrants of their academy model, there are multiple programs within there. And they have that designation. So essentially, it's like a house project. If you remember, I think back in the 90s, pushing kids into houses was really important to create smaller learning communities and better connections to adults and between students. And so it's a very similar process. Here in Polk, we haven't necessarily made that next leap to align those programs and provide equitable supports across the board. So the recommendations that have been made to move to a head of school program was just that, to create greater equity. I did attempt, and the board was in receipt of that. I updated the job description further to ensure that we would address, I think, the primary concerns that we continue to hear from stakeholders about existing programs is, well, where's the program's autonomy, and how do we ensure that there's one person who can make decisions for the program, because that's what led to our program's success historically. And I won't argue that point. I don't think that that's the issue. I think in the revised job description I provided you, we did just that. But with autonomy comes accountability. And so I actually went a step further. Because if we're going to create an autonomous position, or to a great extent an autonomous position, who's going to be responsible for supervising and managing programs, there should be some expectations that come along with that. And that includes, and I outlined those for the board, that they have to create essentially their own SAC committee for their program so that they can establish goals. That programs are going to be evaluated and program administrators are going to be evaluated based off their ability to increase enrollment, to increase their retention rates, and to have successful student outcomes. Their ability to engage the community and develop wraparound supports and community investments for internships, for externships, for all of those things. But that's the next level, in my opinion, as superintendent. That's the next level for us to move our programs. But not just singleton programs. We have to, again, what I'm trying to do is address comprehensively our district as a whole. So I know we've thrown around a lot of different topics. We've thrown around a lot of different labels. I think, I know I've had conversations with Ms. Cunningham and others, Ms. Wyatt and several of you. And so, I think everybody agreed. I think this was actually stated at our last workshop. Nobody cares what the title is, just what does the title do and who does it report to and what's the organizational structure. I do want to be completely transparent, though, that whether it's head of school, head of program, or whatever we call the position, two things are important to note. I do believe it has to be a 12-month assistant principal. We cannot expect administrators to invest their time, energy, and resources not only to manage programs, but to invest in the program to ensure that it's growing, that they're recruiting, that they have the time they need to ensure that they're dedicating themselves to scheduling and all the things that come with that, the budget management, the staffing allocation management, and all the things that will give them the autonomy over. But I do believe they would have to be a 12-month employee. Additionally, and I'll reiterate what I said last time, because I don't want anybody to have any misconceptions here. This position still reports back to their building principal. There is only one building principal in every building. That does not erode the autonomy of this program administrator. It simply ensures that there's one more series of checks and balances. And the assurance I can provide people here again publicly is that there should there be a conflict, and to date we've not had one. We're very blessed in that regard. Should they find themselves in conflict, there is a regional assistant superintendent, there's a deputy superintendent, and there's a superintendent of schools who are all on deck, ready to lend themselves to address any issues that arise. And I think that's important to note. But at the end of the day, that is not, because I think some people left with the impression that that simply means, well, I'm an assistant principal. Everyone's an assistant principal under the building principal. We have 10-month, we have 11-month, we have 12-month. We're simply allocating and creating a new position title here because there's a specificity above and beyond that of a 12-month assistant principal that they're now being held accountable for. So if you think about all the duties and responsibilities of a high school administrator, a high school assistant principal, this person has those duties and responsibilities traditionally for student supervision, student discipline, staff supervision and evaluation, and program support. Every one of our schools has administrators who are assigned either to a program or a content area based off their area of expertise, because that's how we evaluate staff, that's how we operate our schools. So in this regard, that's still there. But again, their role and their importance and their ability to manage and support the program is not diminished. I think the new job description clearly shows that. But I also think, again, I'll reiterate this one last time, with that autonomy comes increased accountability. Because if we're going to have these positions, and I'm arguing that these positions be done across the board, we could not go with the position of principal because certain people in these academies do not have the qualifications yet to be a principal. CFAA, Ms. Sasser is a great example of that, a phenomenal administrator, and yet she hasn't finalized her principal endorsement, so upon completion of that, she may have been eligible. But again, that puts her in conflict with the building principal back at Kathleen High School because, as Ms. Fields pointed out during our conversation, that school was never envisioned to be a part of. It was envisioned and created to be a part of, not a side to the school or an offshoot of the school. It was intended to be part and embraced and incorporated into the school in its entirety. So keeping that in mind, how do we best provide supports? How do we create the autonomy? How do we create and incentivize performance and outcomes? I believe it's either through the head of school or through a head of program designation. In speaking with many of you, head of program seemed to make more sense. because then there's no conflict more often than not, especially if you look overseas. Head of school, just like headmaster, oftentimes can be misconstrued or misinterpreted as the principal. I also did my due diligence and researched other counties. Of all the large counties in the state of Florida, none assign a dedicated administrator to program support. None. So while all those schools have high-performing IB, Academy, CTE, and other programs, they either have a program manager or a magnet program manager. In many instances, they're not even administrators. They're fully released teachers. So I believe, quite honestly, what Polk County continues to do, because this concern's been raised, we're not diminishing our expectations. We're not eroding the program in its fidelity. In fact, I think we're honoring it by empowering our administrators to take greater ownership of programs and move it forward, and not diminishing it and just assigning it to the role of a fully released teacher. And that's not to mean, and I don't want anybody in this room to leave or anybody listening to leave here and misinterpret what I just said. I am not saying that there aren't amazing teachers out there who couldn't lead these programs. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I want one equitable system across the board, and I believe our administrators who are currently in charge of these programs, it makes a great deal of sense to empower them further. I did do the cost analysis along with Mr. Warren. If we were to move every single administrator who currently supervises these programs from their current level of either an AP 10 or an AP 11 to an AP 12, it would cost us roughly $90,000. A very small investment to get the level of support and quite honestly, the energy and the focus that we need to continue to grow our programs and make them highly competitive and make them successful. So that's my pitch before the board. We've talked about this on numerous occasions. I think I've only tried to present you with new information here today that the public hasn't heard, and so I open it up to discussion at this time. Ms. Fortney.
Okay, could you address some of the concerns that the staff and parents and students and former students shared in their numerous emails about IB at Bartow High School, namely losing a dedicated guidance counselor? The person in charge of the school is already an AP, and then as a follow-up, well, go ahead with that first.
So first and foremost, there's no truth to I'm not sure where that confusion came from. No one at any point has ever had any conversation about restructuring their current org chart. They would retain their .5 assistant principal. They would retain the current head of school, which was the initial proposal. That's the position Ms. Craven has operated successfully on throughout this school year. And no one has talked about taking away their guidance counselor, so I'm not sure where that came from.
I'm not either.
And you've seen and again, I know why you're asking, but I have responded that to several of our stakeholders.
Right, and then the last concern about specifically there is a change in leadership at Bartow High School. How would that impact IB at Bartow? And then I got one more on that. In other words,
a change in a principal's position or a change in the...
If the principal, say, retired or...
Well, that principal will retire in 2 years.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, she's slated to retire in 2 years. So that will happen. But again, I think by giving this person some autonomy and again, the additional buffer of receiving support from the regional superintendent and from my office directly will help offset any issues. But again, we have to be very intentional in who we hire for the roles that we have. And I think we can help eliminate any issues by ensuring that that's part of the process that we take on.
And then the last thing as far as IB, are there any freestanding international baccalaureate high schools or even PYP or MYP in the state of Florida, like dedicated only to international baccalaureate?
Yes. Mostly parochial and or private schools. When you look up and you search for IB high school rankings, the top performing schools across the state of Florida are primarily charter and or parochial or private schools. But there are dedicated IB schools. Yes, ma'am.
All right, I just wanted that because some folks had suggested that the IB program at Bartow stand alone, similar to Summerlin. So I just wanted to put that out there. And then I really have a concern about the equity piece that you were talking about all the way, not just high school, but all the way down to elementary school. And I was wondering how this might help alleviate that, which I doubt it will, but it could give us maybe a playbook. You know, we've got principals sitting with 3,000 kids as far as managing that and that staff. And then, you know, you look at an elementary school with, you know, half that, and they have a principal and an AP, and that's it.
So there's two answers to that question, if I understood correctly. Number one, to your greater concern about equity for administrative support and administrative roles being driven by student enrollment, we are currently evaluating our allocation model.
Okay.
We again met recently to have a conversation about that. There'll be some recommendations that come. The board will actually see 3 or 4 options. Again, to clarify, no single option will be encouraged. Nothing I bring before the board would be an ask for a 1-year fix. It will be a 5-year process, and we will tier based off the board's concerns and interests, based off what we're hearing from our building level administrators, where do we prioritize adding positions. And I think that's important. But I also believe that this is a stepping stone. If we are creating magnet and other opportunities elsewhere and administrators outside of the building principal become the primary person who's responsible for that program, I do believe that we should have a conversation about maybe bringing them up to 12-month employees. And I think that's important for us to acknowledge because, again, the amount of time and effort that goes into, if we're going to give them control over some budgeting aspects, if we're going to give them control over staffing, if we're going to give them some autonomy as it relates to how they market their programs, they're going to need to be around those summer months to make that happen. What I found interesting in talking with most of the high school principals, well, with every high school principal I was able to speak to about this issue, they all said that number one, if the position went to 12 months, it would be incredibly beneficial to the programs in its entirety. But also what's interesting is the number of our principals who directly supervise some of these programs themselves as well.
Right. That's
But yes, when we talk about equity, at some point the conversation will have to go beyond high school, down to middle school, down to elementary school. And what I would do is bring a recommendation to the board based off enrollment, program size, those types of things. This is when we would move someone from an AP 10 to an AP 11 or 11 to 12. And I think that's the important piece.
Because if you look and just go from high school 2 directly to elementary school, you know, those principals and assistant principals have to cover all the stuff that makes school fun. Science night, book fair, you know, one of the 2 of them have to be there. They don't have a battalion able to.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller, then Ms. Wyatt.
I just have a question because Bartow is not my area, and that's the biggest concern from the community that we've heard back about what's happening with the IB. But in your description here, I guess in the past it was a principal's position because people feel that it's currently not an AP and going to a head of schools, that it's somehow more than it currently is. So I guess we haven't made that public, or it was their experience from when they attended. But this position is always, it's not been this position currently is an AP. So we're not taking from a principal. But if you went there a decade ago or 5 years ago, you may have remembered that. And I think that was trying to explain what it currently is, and this is just changing the title and benefiting the program would be helpful, because most of the community responses I have feel like it's currently right now a principal that we're taking something from. So hopefully they're watching the work session. I asked them to so they could better understand your explanation.
Yeah, and I think I feel bad that we're making this about Bartow because it's not.
Right.
I think we're losing sight of an entire school district, and I'll say this publicly, and I mean it with all sincerity. I think Bartow IB, the IB program, is an amazing program for certain kids. And I, as a superintendent, will not hold one program above another, because the reason why we have a variety of programs is to serve every student based off their interests, their skills, their unique talents. It's not to do it because we are pushing kids towards certain things. And I think we can't lose sight of that if we're truly about affording choice and options, we cannot say one program is better or superior to another. We want all of our programs to be high performing. And again, that's why I've spent the amount of time I have today trying to help clarify what the difference is. Ms. Craven, as you've seen in many of my responses, has been operating under the title of head of school because that's what IB program recommends. They do not recommend a isolated principal. They recommend a head of program or a head of school. And so she's been operating under that. And I think that's the example I keep pushing and pointing people back to is, well, if Ms. Kramer has currently been successful in her current role under her current position title, why is this an issue? And I don't believe it has. So I think, again, what I've done today is try to reassure people what programmatic autonomy they will retain in these roles. But again, I don't want to lose sight, and I hate that this conversation has become about a particular program in a particular school because there's a much larger issue at play here. And quite honestly, it's going to benefit all of our students. So, Ms. Cunningham?
Yeah, and I want to commend you for the time and effort that you have spent. I know communicating with us as well as the community, because we all received the emails and, of course, your responses. And the way I see it is what we are doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is we are taking a level, if you will, between an AP 12 and creating another AP 12 position called X, head of program, for lack of a better word, and then the principal. But to me, it's very important because we have so many awesome programs in the entire district. And I do believe that giving that new title and the responsibility now with, as you said, it comes with expectations, is going to go a long way in making it equitable.
Mm-hmm.
Good gracious, you know, Haint City has a wonderful IB program, and that individual who oversees that deserves the same AP 12, if you will, and whatever designation the board decides to be over that program as well. Same thing with Cambridge. I mean, we have so many, as you said, 70-something. So while I got the emails too and struggled to understand why people think that because you're changing a title, that a program or who it impacts is going to change. And I just don't believe that. I feel that these are some awesome, tremendous teachers and administrators that are going to continue to do what's best for children. Mm-hmm. And the programs are going to continue to thrive. All we're trying to do, if I understand it correctly, is simply making it understood what the level in the administrative pool is, if you will. But those programs are going to continue to thrive. I don't know how many kids wrote to me, and I'm assuming everyone else, thinking that it would be diminished in some way because a title changed for an administrator, and I just don't believe that. I think the goal here is to look at a huge district, Polk County, and try to make our administrative folks make it as fair and equitable from east to west to north to south and everybody in between. And these incredible programs that we have and are continuing to be funded are going to continue. And those teachers are amazing, mm-hmm. and they're going to continue to impact our kids. So I just want to say that because I was really shocked at the amount of kids who felt like if this person didn't get this title, the whole program was going to be diminished. And I'm sorry, I don't see that. I feel it's an equity issue for an administrative title going forward so that all of our schools, all of our high schools, and all of our programs have the same equitable level of administration with the appropriate, most appropriate pay. I just want to say I appreciate the work that you've done to get us to this point, and we can call it whatever you want to call it, but I think it's very important that we do that.
Thank you. Ms. Wyatt and then Ms. Fields.
Thank you. I just want to clarify a few things. So the first would be none of these programs are standalone programs. Harrison is not, Summerlin is not. They all have a crossover in teachers and staff members and extracurriculars that they all are part of the main campus and fall under that school number and school title.
That's correct.
The second thing would be just, and you and I spoke a little bit about this beforehand, but the head of school's job description that was presented to us, that will be put into the standard AP job description, and it will still include things like you must be in the AP pool, you must have certain education and experience requirements.
That is correct. All the min quals would still be applicable.
Okay. Will there be any additional requirements for that, or just the same as what would be for your standard AP?
Currently, it would be for our standard APs, because it'd be almost impossible for me to create a job description that would speak to every single academy as to needs, but we would interview based off of what that program is about. And so I think that's the best way to answer that at this time.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just would like to recommend that as we bring this tonight, that we bring it as a head of program instead of head of school. It's currently listed as head of school. I know you mentioned head of program before, but if we could get that revised for the agenda, if the board is amenable to that, I think that probably better represents what this is, because it's not truly the head of the whole school, it's the head of the program. So that would be my question and recommendation if the board's amenable. And that's all I had.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Fields?
My question, if we do the head of program, and you referenced that that Ms. Craven is known as the head of school, how is that going to impact her title when that's what they currently are using?
We would have to adopt a new title for that role. So we would have,
Thank you for that answer.
yes, ma'am.
When we had our last meeting, and everybody gave their opinion, and you were instructed to go back and see if you can come up with the new title, and you did your due diligence, a lot of work, and thank you for that, and you came back with the same thing that you left with. So I am in support of the head of school, and it is, to me, a promotion and upgrade because of the salary increase. Correct me if I'm wrong. Everyone would get some type of increase in pay.
For,
The ones that we're looking at,
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
all of them. And see, that's one of the things that I don't see on any of the information that we have here. I know we've been given it, but it's not here on the agenda as
Yes,
an
ma'am.
attachment that shows what the benefits are, what the salary currently is, and what the salary will be when and if the board approves the head of the school position.
Yes, ma'am. I can attach that. I did not feel the need to reattach that since we've discussed this. I believe this is our third meeting, so I did not feel the necessity to do that, but I'd be happy to reattach that.
Well, I know we've had discussion, but I think just for the record, it needs to be
Yes, ma'am.
attached.
Yes,
And then the other question kind of goes back to what Ms. Wyatt said, and I think you answered it. On the job description for the head of school, I know that it says some general statements on what would be preferred as a candidate, but I really think that we need to make sure that we put specific qualifications on the job description
Oh, yes, ma'am.
as to what would be expected for anyone applying.
Yes, ma'am. This was intended to be a supplement to the current job description to provide clarification as to what this person would still be empowered to do for the program.
And thank you for also clarifying about the guidance counselor, because I think all of us got a lot of emails about that, and I don't know where it came from, but I'm glad that
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
now clear that there is no conversation about removing the guidance counselor from the IB program at Bartow.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Fortney and Dr. Allen, and then Mr. Wilson.
Okay, so Central Florida Air Academy and Kathleen High School share faculty? I didn't know that.
They would for extracurriculars and other activities. There are students who transfer back and forth, if my recollection is correct.
It is, okay. I just didn't know that, but it's interesting. And I want to go back to the misunderstanding, because you have to remember back when Bartow IB started, we didn't have all this other stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it was Bartow IB. Dr. Vetter, that was his baby, and he brought it there, and he was the principal of it, period. So, you know, and they have got, you know, I'm not going to vote for this. I just can't in my heart, because I understand. But that's where that comes from, just to clarify, because it used to be a principal, right? And the job is still the same, I guess is the point. Be it called a principal or an AP 12 or whatever. Still running the head of the, what are we going to call it, Sarah Beth? Program.
Program was my recommendation, but.
Right. I get it.
I'll come back to Ms. Fields. Dr. Allen and Mr. Wilson and Ms. Fields.
Yeah, and I think the question is how far can we go to demonstrate that we're willing to promote successful programs? And just on a side note, I think we have enough material to submit to Jason that can fill our Facebook page for years in regards to the quality and the successes of the students that have gone through the Bartow IB program. And I know that we have incredible success stories all around the county, but to actually sit and read and listen to the stories and the success of all of the emails that we've received was pretty impressive. And speaking of that, just reflecting on, if I can quantify something in a sense here, is I really only received about 57 words of, individuals not in favor of giving true autonomy, in a sense, and wanting, not necessarily wanting the title of principal or head of school, but really wanting autonomy. And then there was about 14,000, at least 14,000 words advocating for IB autonomy. And I was just doing, a little textual analysis on all those. And at the top of it, 170 times student was referenced, 133 principal, 119 program, and then the necessity of the need for it to be a principal in a sense. And I'm not definitely advocating that it has to be a principal. I'm advocating that it has to have autonomy. And even if we struck in that, because I appreciate the work that was done on the job description to revise it in a sense, to give the autonomy that's being asked of that role. But if we put that simple series at the very top, accountable to, and we actually just took out the building principal and it said regional assistant, superintendent, deputy superintendent, and superintendent. That would give it, the autonomy that's probably being asked of our constituency, I would assume, based on the outpouring of words that we've received. But I just wanted to highlight just some of the phrases that popped out at me in some of the emails. If you want a prestigious program, you must treat it as such. Another one, administrative position reflective of and consistent with the rigorous nature of the program is fundamental to the continued success of IB at BHS. Another one, as a former IB and BHS teacher for 16 years and of an IB parent for 4 of them, I can sincerely hope that these changes will not take place. Here's another one stuck out to me, and I think we're trying to address this, but it says the superintendent's proposal sounds like it will water down the rigor and the attention given to the IB educational experience. And I know that we're trying to get at that, but I hope that we're giving the rigor that it was asked of at the beginning. And I sort of wanted to understand the historical precedents as well that was established. So I want to on record that at the forefront of establishing Bartow IB, and basically this is coming from the Deputy Executive Director with the Florida League of IB Schools, when I reached out to her, she was talking about Vetter when we established the IB school, he did a pretty extensive tour around the whole state and looked at all the other IB programs and wanted, not necessarily perfection, but wanted to be set apart from all other IB schools that were within the state. And the director actually, she stated that when the model was established with a principal, that was for 20 years, with a principal in that role, that it was the envy, and this was her quoted, it was the envy of all other IB programs. And I definitely had to draw attention to this email because it really struck a chord with me when I got it, but it says this: William, I am Ernie Cooper, your former principal at BHS, and I remember you in your class of 1992, and with a white hat and black stripes with this saying printed on the hat, escape from BHS 6992. But here he's giving me the history. He says, I was principal at BHS when I became to Polk County and Bartow High. Dr. Stewart, our superintendent at that time, told me that the leader of the IB school would be principal, dedicated to the school and helping students achieve excellence in their studies. We have always had a dedicated principal for IB. Dr. Vetter was appointed principal and served in that position for 20 years prior to his retirement. And again, 30 years ago, him being my principal, was drawn to that, and some of his words, together that we can make great things happen, was his phrase that he loved to say. But I don't know, what is it that we can do to demonstrate how far we're willing to go to promote success of these programs, is my question. So when we talk about equity, how about from an equity standpoint if we gave all of these schools, and I don't know, are all these schools actually asking for this? Because we're going to be pushing expectations on these, right, from what you're describing. And I'm not sure all of them are actually asking for that. So if we think about equity in a sense and choice, what if we gave, all the programs a sense of equity in regards to resources and let them decide how they would utilize those funding or that funding from an administrative standpoint? So I don't know, just throwing some ideas out there and some thoughts. But the job description, I think, is close. I'm not sure if it's quite where I feel like it truly gives that autonomy that is being asked of the constituency. And that's all I have at this point.
Mr. Wilson?
I seem to recall that you mentioned that IB, the organization, recommended a title. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is their recommendation?
They had head of school as their recommendation.
Okay. And is that what you prefer?
Only because I think there's because words matter. At times there could be confusion. So either head of school or head of program, I would, at this point, it's irrelevant.
Okay.
They have the program autonomy that they need, that people expect. We could have a much longer conversation about performance and programs, and because I don't know that the performance has always been there for some of these programs. And I think we need to be respectful of that. And the fact that the program has thrived under the current leadership, I don't know that the title is truly what's driving the issue. I think at times we've lacked accountability and expectations for programs, and so I don't know that, to Dr. Allen's point, I'm not a proponent for giving a school a choice. I'm not. That's why we're in this situation, because schools were allocated evenly for these programs, and then over years, they moved away from it, and they eroded positions to create other opportunities, and that's why I'm in the position I'm in of trying to clean it up. I also think, and while I appreciate giving flexibility and some autonomy, I have to be honest. What do we want from these programs as a school district? What are our expectations? We've invested millions of dollars in these programs and in these students. And to what end? To have one program that's held up as the shining star? Or do we want every program to be held up? And I think that's where I'm looking, is how do we create that? And I think some of it's demand, some of it's expectation. And by providing that flexibility, well, we want our programs to flourish in my school as a building principal, or do I want to excel? I mean, I hate to put it in that context, but that's where I struggle, because if we're going to spend and invest our time and effort in these programs, and we're going to do so, and we're going to advertise them, and we're going to hold them up as nationally certified and endorsed programs, I got to be honest with you, as an educational leader, as an educator, it has to really mean something. And I don't know that it always does right now. But, so, Mr. Wilson, back to your point, I think the preference would be either be head of school or head of program. If I had to choose if I had to choose one, it'd be head of program at this point.
Okay. So my preference is head of school, but if you bring that forward, I will support that as well.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Cunningham, and then Ms. Fields.
And to Mr. Wilson's point, you did ask, what did IB say? We only have 2 of those in the county. We have 74 total programs. That's my point. I think when you ask somebody, if I'm introduced as a head of school, somebody's going to assume I'm in charge of that entire school. And that's not what it is. I'm in charge of the program at the school. So therefore, I like Sarah Beth, Ms. Wyatt's recommendation to be head of program because it makes more sense when I'm introduced, and it makes it clear that I'm head of a program at a school, but then the principal is over the entire school. That's kind of how I'm thinking of it once you mentioned that here today. So I would be in favor of head of program or head of programs, however you decide, better than head of school, because IB represents 2 of those 74 currently. Hopefully there'll be more, but for now. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Ms. Fields, did you still have a question or comment? I'm sorry.
I have a question. I don't know who can answer it.
Yes, ma'am.
Does anybody know the history on why the position changed from principal to AP after Dr. Vedder retired? Does anybody have that history and knowledge? I don't remember.
So it didn't change to an AP until 2020, which was when Mr. Andrews left, and it changed to an AP because they were looking at Superintendent Byrd was looking at reevaluating. They were the only principal of a program like this. We at the time had two IB programs. We had Cambridge at Winter Haven. We knew Tenorock was being proposed Cambridge was being proposed at Tenorock. And so Superintendent Byrd rolled it back to the head of schools position to evaluate. We don't want to put a new principal in while it's vacant. That's typically the most appropriate time to evaluate the position titles. We obviously don't want to downgrade any positions. So that was my recollection as to why it was changed after Mr. Andrews in 2020.
So basically equity throughout the county?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Additionally to that, originally I believe Bartow IB had its own school number, which they did not at any point have its own school number, but that was part of the reason because they didn't have their own school number, that they did not have an additional principal.
It never received its own grade as well.
Mm-hmm.
No, they have an internal number, but it's all included under Bartow School ID.
From the get-go, 1995?
Yes.
Was it?
And that would be the same.
That is my understanding. I don't want to
I think you might want to check that. but
That would be the same thing for Harrison, and that'd be the same thing for Kathleen High School.
It all happened at the same time when they changed it, but Bartow was, well, never mind. Yeah.
Ms. Fortney?
Yeah, so, I'm going to go back to the other concern, just to be transparent here. So every school shares faculty, that we are talking about, including Harrison and Lakeland High School?
To a certain extent, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and Harrison will have a principal, already has principal, right?
That is correct.
I've got some of those emails as well. So I'm just putting it out there.
In what context?
Well, so does Lakeland High School. They have a principal.
So now we're having a conversation again about fairness, and this is why
I
we're
just
stuck
wanted
in
to
this
bring it up.
quandary as a school district. I know where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But this is the issue. At the end of the day, if someone can point to me why the designation of principal would make this person better in their job,
Didn't say that.
I'll support it 110%. But no one to date has been able to do that. And much to your point, Dr. Allen, I think it's a valid point, and I appreciate that you called IB. And when they said it became the envy of of school districts across the state, then why wasn't it replicated? It's not replicated anywhere other than private and parochial schools. It's not. And I struggle with that. And I don't struggle with it on a philosophical level. It's just the reality of it is I don't know that the title alone means that the program's going to be any more successful than it can be. I just don't. I think you need the right administrator with the right supports, and I think we're trying to do that. But to erode the autonomy of a building principal by taking a program away from them and saying, well, we're going to live in your school, and we're going to take advantage of your resources, and we're going to use some of your teachers, and we're going to do all that, but you really don't have a say-so in anything that happens here. And I don't like that model. Let me be honest with you. I think, and you mentioned this before, Dr. Allen, I think a lot when you and I talk, because I think you raise really good counterpoints at times, as frustrating for me as that is sometimes. I leave and I'm very reflective on many of the comments that board members make. And I remember what you said about, well, you think about the higher education institution, and what does that mean? Do we create positional conflict or confusion with titles and things? And at the end of the day, maybe at my age of 51 years old, I'm just stuck in this hierarchical order of schools, and maybe I am, but that's why I tried to address and give them the autonomy. But I think, again, with autonomy comes expectations. And we haven't necessarily done that before. Like if you noticed in this new job description, not only do they have to have their own school advisory committee for their academy or their program, but they also have to do their own school improvement plan. Because part of what we want to have happen is create the assurance that the program's going to flourish. And we want to hear from them, what are you going to do as a program administrator? Let's take titles out of it altogether. As the program's administrator, what are you going to do to move this program to the next level? There is no secret that Bartow IB, and again, I hate making it about a particular school, has seen more students leave the program, has seen fewer students complete the program in recent history. And so how do we reinvest in that? I don't disagree at all. We need to reinvest in the program. And I think this is a good first step. But again, in good conscience, and I hope this is coming across the right way, I don't want to hold one program above all others. And I think we should have equal expectations of all of our programs as a leader. So, Dr. Allen.
Yeah, and I appreciate the conversation and the dialogue. And, you know, I was trying to think, okay, well, extracting the whole conversation we had last time in regards to the titles and from a professorial standpoint. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm content with the head of school. Seems great. And again, I think now it comes back to the autonomy conversation, and I think we're so close, but we just have to reassure in some way. So, okay, I got another one for you. You can, hey, I'm nearing 50 as well, so, you know, we don't want to get set in our ways. By the way, the other night, I started wearing my belt differently because it was shaped differently in the back. And when I don't know if you've ever tried to put a belt on the opposite way that you normally put it on, it just doesn't work because our brain has been wired to think of it that way. So in a sense, we should always be looking for opportunities to disrupt ourselves, right? And I'm in favor of that. So, I mean, I think by putting these expectations and so forth around these is good from a disruptive standpoint, yes. But let's just say in a higher ed standpoint, you've got different divisions, different schools, and then they establish a center, right? You establish a center that's not necessarily, and it could be some, you know, philanthropic opportunity. Florida Southern, for example, you've got the Center for Free Enterprise, which is a separate entity from the business program. Whereas that Center for Free Enterprise is then autonomous in a sense and builds programming, outside speakers and so forth that come into the institution. Whereas here, you know, I think we're saying we want autonomy, but in essence, we're just saying, let's just report the way it was. So when you have maybe, you know, a difference of opinion in regards to, you know, principal and the head of school, or even let's just talk personalities, type A versus, you know, whatever, how is that going to suppress the innovation, the possibility of innovation within the program is really all I'm trying to get at. And I'm okay with the head of school, that's great. You know, we've made some strides on switching up the job description, and well done on that. I mean, I just think, have we gone far enough to really truly give them the autonomy that is there from an innovation standpoint?
So if I could just, I strove to do just that by giving them programmatic autonomy over their budget and over their staffing. There are some other things that have come, you know, the deeper we get into this rabbit hole, the more issues I start to confront. And I'll throw out one last one. These programs, when they were first conceived, not only did we want an academically rigorous program for our kids, there was an expectation that they would become self-sustaining over time. And some of these programs have established, according to staff, and I can get the numbers, very large reserve balances that were supposed to be reinvested to offset staffing costs, but that's never happened to date either. So part of that is, we've got to get back at this, and I had this conversation briefly with several board members, which is, as we go into our next, these strategic planning sessions, we really need to get some direction and expectations from the board of where we want to see all our programs go. Because we're halfway, in my opinion, we're halfway to the Nashville model. If that was what we were envisioning when we first went down this road, then what do we need to do to make that next leap? And to a certain extent, the job description that I provided you was directly taken, much of that was taken from the job description that Nashville uses, because that's how they provided autonomy within the academy structures and some expectations amongst the academy programs. And then some of it came from elsewhere through some private investments that were investing in public education and wanted to see certain things happening with academy investments. So I think I tried to accomplish that. If the only thing that's throwing you off is the phrase principal, at the end of the day, I personally believe it needs to be a shared evaluation between their building administrator and the regional. And that's why everybody was included in that list. But if the inclusion of the phrase principal is going to be perceived as being detrimental, I'll pull the principal off of there, because at the end of the day, they're still going to have some involvement with the building principal. But I think the rest of it goes a very long way to say you're going to have programmatic autonomy over your budget, over your planning, over your staffing, those kinds of things. Even when we met talking about school allocation models, and I did, while we were talking, I did go back, and Bartow IB did have an independent school letter grade at some point back in 1998. However, the school district forfeited that, and so it's an interesting question about school grades in the program. Some people are under the perception that we forfeited their MSID number in the school grade so that we could bolster Bartow High School's overall grade performance. In fact, based off what I recall when I worked for the Florida Department of Education, they never should have allowed a co-located school. You're not supposed to have two separate school ID numbers on a shared campus. So Summerlin IB and Bartow High School never should have had different numbers. You could make an argument for Summerlin because it's actually a different physical location across the street. But that may be one of the reasons why we had to forfeit the MSID numbers. The state may have come back and said, wait a second, they're co-located. They may not. Again, this is an interesting, this has become a quagmire because there's so much history that many of us do not have a direct connection to, and most of these people have moved on, and so I have to operate in some instances based off assumptions or some limited information or filtering information. I go back to when the principal was first assigned there. I don't know, and I'm just saying this because I've said this again publicly, I don't know if the first principal was assigned there because we felt the principal position is what the school needed, or because that's how we could justify the salary for the individual who we were hiring into that role. That's a good question, but I don't know who can answer that question at this point. So there's a lot to that, and by no means am I diminishing that individual's level of investment and the success that they had, because that's unquestionable. But there is a lot to the history that has to be unraveled, and Sarah, Ms. Fortney, brought up, but Harrison has a principal, and that's what I've been receiving. I'm in the receiving end since I arrived here, because the decision was made to make this an assistant principal 12-month head of school prior to my arrival, and then many of you know, as soon as I got here, we started getting inundated with emails saying, we want our principal back, we want our principal back. And I started asking the questions, well, why? And that's what I'm trying to get at, is the why. I'm a very analytical, data-driven person, and if I can't understand the why, I'll admittedly, it's a struggle for me to get there. But again, if the inclusion of the simple term principal on there creates an issue at the end of the day, it should still be a shared evaluation, because this person's contributing to the entirety of the campus, and they should get evaluated fairly based off somebody who sees them every day and the work they're doing, even if it's just within the program. So I'm receptive to that if the rest of the JD makes sense. And again, I hate the fact that this has become a conversation about one school and one program, but it is what it is. And what it tells me, and it continues to reinforce me, it's a community that's incredibly prideful of the programs and the successes they've had to date, and they don't want to see that go away. And there was a young man who responded back to me this morning because I had sent him an email. And he made some comments in his email. Well, Mr. Hyde, if we see one student less enrolled and we see one less student graduate and we see those things, then I'll consider that to be a sign that the program's diminishing. Have we not seen that over the last 5, 6 years? I think we have. And I think that's the importance of this, is get this right so we can move forward and empower the school to do the right thing, empower the leader to do the right thing, to ensure that the programs are successful. And then I'd apply that same expectation across the board. So I'll open it back up to any further dialogue. I apologize. Ms. Wyatt.
Yes, sir. And I just want to clarify that that was well before Ms. Craven, that it started to diminish in numbers
Yes.
and things like that.
Yes,
That was
yes,
not,
yes, yes.
she's inherited that.
No, absolutely.
But I just want clarification on when you're talking about taking the building principal out of who they're accountable to, would they no longer report to the building principal?
They still would to an extent. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to be disingenuous. So if taking it off makes the job description look better, I still believe at the end of the day, the principal still has a role in evaluating this individual based off their overall performance and contributions to the campus.
How does it work now, may I ask?
Right now, it's left up to the regional. But again, that's an extension of what used to happen when it was a dedicated principal. That's the difference. So this is all about realignment. So take into consideration, I'll just throw out one program. If we were to consider one of our largest programs in the district, which is the Medical Academy at Ridge, 500, almost 600 students in that program. I would say that's a pretty rigorous program that leads our kids to earn their EKG and everything else. They're not a principal. As I shared, it's an AP 10 who supervises that program, and they're evaluated by the principal. So programs within schools, I do believe, still report back. Self-contained units, those teachers still report back to their school principal. And it's not about eroding their autonomy, their decision-making. I think we're trying to solidify that in the job description. I'm also trying to solidify a process that should we find ourselves in conflict on a campus, how do we resolve that? What's the hierarchy of communication that needs to take place in order to resolve the issue? Principal first, okay, I'm in conflict with my building administrator, that's fine. Then go to your regional, then go to the deputy, then come to the superintendent. So, I don't know. I've tried to approach this from every aspect that I can, trying to address a comprehensive reform opportunity for the district, because I feel that that's what's needed right now, quite honestly. Ms. Cunningham.
Yeah, I would like to see the accountability for the head of program, job description, to include, just as it is, building principal, regional assistant superintendent, deputy superintendent, and superintendent. I think that's critical, because once again, as a head of program, you are part of the bigger entity, which is the school. And I feel that person would not be the only one doing a performance evaluation, but would need to be a part of it. Because that's the hierarchy that we're trying to set up to be fair and equitable across the district. So I would like to leave it in there.
Ms. Wyatt?
I want to see if I can make a recommendation for what we're going to see tonight, just because we're starting to run short on time. But so tonight, can we see this for these positions, this job description, including from the assistant principal, what is the bare minimum requirements as far as eligibility under the title head of program?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that?
I can work with Mr. Warren to see if we can't accommodate that for this evening.
Is that, and with the direction that moving forward, you'll be reevaluating each of our programs as to moving up to AP 10s and those that still have principals, if that's something that,
Yes,
as those become available?
That would come forward in April as part of the comprehensive reorg recommendation.
And not downgrading any positions, but
No, ma'am.
as they become available, reevaluating what
Yes.
they should be qualified
Yes,
as?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Fields?
Does this have to be done tonight?
It does not. I would prefer that it's done this evening because we've
I'm
been,
just asking, does it have to be done tonight? Because, and I'm not talking to you, I'm talking just in general.
yes, ma'am.
Because you've got to add the qualifications, and you've got to change the title, and it's 10 minutes to 4. Just being respectful of the time. I am not in agreement with head of programs because, to me, you just referenced the medical program at Ridge.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened if that person comes and say they want to be the head of program because they have 500 and some kids? I mean, what happens?
But that's what we're doing.
For medical?
Yes.
So tonight's would just be these, but.
I'm looking at what we are doing tonight. I'm not talking about in the future.
Correct, but he is looking to bring back different programs and setting a
Right.
threshold of
I
how many
heard
students. Okay.
Yeah.
Within the month.
And one of the challenges that I have, and it kind of goes back to the next group, is what I'm hearing from staff is that we are bringing things in piecemeal. And when are they going to have their opportunity to be considered for equity? That's what I'm hearing. And so when Superintendent Hyde talked about looking to see what needed to be done to bring equity, if my memory serves me correctly, you said you were going to bring it at the end of the year or somewhere in there. But that's
April.
not what's happening. It's coming in pieces. And so I am not in support of things coming in pieces. I think everything should be done in decency and in order. And it should come at the end of the year with the understanding that it's effective July 1 or whatever the date needs to be. But that's just my thought, and I have a right to say what I want to say. You might not agree with me, and that's fine, but I'm going to say it. And so with that said, you said that when you went to the IB program and the suggested title was head of school. I think that's what you said. I don't know why we can't do that one instead of doing the head of program, but that's just my take. So if the board in its entirety want to have it to come tonight with the changes and you can get it done in an hour's time, then we'll have it and then we'll just vote, either vote it up or vote it down. Thank you for the
Yes, ma'am.
opportunity to have my comments.
Dr. Allen.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'd probably be in favor, as it relates to what Ms. Fields was saying in regards to head of school, if that's how the universal naming convention is, as recommended by IB. If you can assure me and the rest of the board and our constituency that, you know, we're valuing autonomy in this, and this is not an AP position, I'm going to support you. I think you've done a lot of work on this, and I appreciate the dialogue back and forth. If we go back to the position title conversation, you know, my position last go-round was, for the longevity of these programs, in a sense, if you have a principal, a successful principal, that may be interested in this, but they apply to it and they see it as more of an AP role, why would they want to do it? So if you're confident in saying this is not an AP role and that there's true autonomy, I'm supporting it.
So I'll say this one more time for the record, because it's important. I think thank you for that. So Ms. Cunningham said it very well. This position lies between an AP 12 and the building principal. It has the programmatic autonomy it needs. I would offer just one last concession or offer to the board. The IB program very clearly delineates that they request a head of school. I do not see why we can't have both titles. We can have a head of school for IB programs and head of program for all other programs. They're commensurate, they're equal. The job description simply has to be revised to say head of school and or head of program. We'll do the inclusion. We'll see if we can get it there this evening. But to Ms. Fields' point, I will bring the comprehensive request for all the other positions to elevate in April with the comprehensive reorg. Ms. Fields is correct. I had promised the board try not to piecemeal, but I am very task-oriented, and when issues present themselves, I try in real time to get them addressed, because we have a lot of frustrated people who really want to have their situations addressed. I think we've tried to do that respectfully, but I can understand, because what we don't want to have happen is have someone not get an opportunity because at the end of the day we say, well, we didn't get to you and there's no money left and we can't do this. So respectfully, I will do just that, Ms. Fields. You'll see that in April, as well as some other recommendations. You have my assurance, again, on public record, that this is in no way just an assistant principal. That's not what we're looking for. And I will do the best I can to continue to reiterate that and support the programs in their entirety. But again, at this point, I would recommend head of school for IB, head of program for all other programs, make them commensurate, and that should address the issue at that point. Because then we're honoring what IB school leadership requests. Mr. Wilson.
Madam Chair, I'd like for us to move forward with this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cunningham.
Madam Chair, I would also like to ask that we move forward with these items this evening.
Thank you.
Mr. Hyde, I was notified that under Group 2, that assistant principal 10-month is really an 11-month, so it's only a move from an 11th month to a
12-month?
To a 12-month. I just want to point that out.
Thank you, Mr. Pitts.
Do we want to discuss Group 2?
Yes.
So again, just the history, the threshold that was established for the program was 600. They're at 587. I'm more than happy to look at their enrollment again to make sure it hasn't changed since then. But if again, to the board's point, if that's what we committed to doing at the end of the year, if their program enrollment exceeds, I'd be more than happy to make the recommendation to move it to an AP 12. They would not get a head of program or a head of school because they have a principal. Dr. Allen.
Okay, so I do want to comment on this one a little bit as
Yes,
well. Because, going all the way back to 2014, just trying to do a little research on this, the PTM was raised from 496 to 600. And since that time, Harrison has started slightly above. We're very close to 600 every year. So are we looking at it at the end of year enrollment or when the start of the school year happens? Because when you think about the ebb and flow, we're sitting at 587 right now. If they started at 600 at the beginning of the school year, just the ebb and flow of, students moving in and out would put it down at that 587 threshold. So, and sometimes, we're looking at just a couple students, and sometimes numbers alone could be a weakness, I think, if we look at, from a collective standpoint as well, the constant auditioning process, portfolio reviews, just the complexities of the arts. And that even transitions to when we're thinking about that college and career preparation from the counseling standpoint as someone that constantly reviews portfolios within my discipline and so forth. So
I've asked DJ Dines to give me the enrollment history for the school over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Both at the first of the year and at the end of the year. Usually our PTM is driven based off projected enrollment, which would give them the benefit of a higher enrollment number. They would not subsequently lose that within the same fiscal year, so we can pay close attention to that. We just started the process of school allocations. Templates just went out. So let me see what the numbers are, and I'd be happy to bring that back. And then the final item before the board just for workshop is as it relates to these items, is a change for the internal auditor. So Ms. Wyatt.
Thank you. And as I'm just kind of a recap, we talked a little bit about this in January, but Superintendent Hyde had put out to all of the departments to submit any job changes for their job descriptions, for levels, collapsing positions, those types of things. So I did that with our staff. Ms. Matthews' staff was the most glaring, I think, when you look at the job descriptions, just as far as specifically for Ms. Matthews, the different credentials that our director has to have compared to even the budget and payroll department, that they essentially have, the senior directors in budget and payroll had basically the exact same criteria as far as what they are required to their bachelor's degree and CPA or CIA, that they've changed the director of internal audit recently where they have to they have to report to the school board. So you may remember she's always reported to us, but many districts have not. They changed that a couple years ago where they all have to. And there were several more reports that came out of that that she was already doing, but many districts were not. I took notes just to make sure I covered it all. So the educational experience alone requirement for the Director of Internal Audit are higher than other positions that are higher positions in Polk District. For our Director of Internal Audit, we currently require a bachelor's degree and CPA or CIA, 6 years of experience. For the Associate Superintendent CFO, we require a master's or CPA and 5 years of experience. Senior Director Human Resources, master's or certification required. Director Accounting and Budget, bachelor's and considerable experience required. So this really brings it in line with what the other departments similar to internal audit already have. As far as the senior internal auditor and internal auditor, looking at bringing those both up because very similarly, they lost a unit, I believe, and Ms. Matthews, you'll have to correct me, how many years ago they collapsed it? 10 years ago?
Why don't you come forward, please, so we can make sure we catch you on the microphone.
Thank
if
you.
needed.
So about 10 years ago, and that was never, the jobs of that second position have just been collapsed into both the senior internal auditor and the internal auditor, which is the reason for bringing this forward. And again, Ms. Fields, to your earlier point, the reason we were bringing these all individually when I spoke to Superintendent Hyde, when you have a district of this many, bringing them in pieces seemed to be the most logical way to do it. But I understand your concerns of bringing them all at the same time. That's just how the superintendent had originally structured it, was to bring them so that we're not talking about 13,000 positions all on the same day, but we can talk about them individually as we move forward. So. Thanks.
I'm sorry?
I think he just wanted us to be able to hear when she said 10
In
years.
case she had it. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Cunningham.
Okay, so when I was chair and we were getting ready to do our evaluations, I asked Ms. Matthews and Mr. Bridges at the time to please do a comparison analysis of other districts in the state of Florida for their salaries. And as you might imagine, everybody does it a little bit different, and they report in a different structure, and so on and so forth. So I know that Ms. Matthews is a tremendous asset to our school district, and I think during the time, because it was COVID and there were some other issues, both of them pulled the opportunity for pay increases at that time. And so it never materialized, other than I know I passed out the comparative districts to each of you, but we never actually got to the point because they both felt, because of it being COVID and everything else, they said, you know what, this is probably not the time. So I just want to bring that up. A little bit of history does help. I think Ms. Matthews, that's who we're speaking about today, is very deserving of this. She works very hard and has managed a staff constantly with some turnover, if you will, because that's kind of the way it is in the world today. And she's done an exemplary job. And we even, a few years ago, if you remember, we went from doing a quarter of our districts or a third of our districts or half of them this year and half next year to actually asking our audit department to audit all of our schools every single year. I mean, that's a huge responsibility, and they do an enormous, tremendous job, and even with the lack of help, if you will. They do the best they can, and I know she pitches in wherever she can. So all that to say, Ms. Wyatt, I'm 100% in support of this. I wish we could have done it sooner. COVID hit, and here we are. So I'm just wanting to be on record saying that I support the work that you do in your department, and would love to see this come to fruition.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work on behalf of our students, because there's nothing more important than making certain that the taxpayer dollars are being expended appropriately in our schools. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cunningham.
Ms. Wyatt.
And I just want to clarify, Ms. Cunningham, we did pull back up that spreadsheet that you also graciously put together a couple of years ago. And Ms. Matthews is still grossly underpaid compared to our 7 comparable districts by
Yes.
thousands and thousands and
Yes.
thousands of dollars.
Yes.
So I
Yes.
just want to make sure, and I can make sure that Yvette sends that out to anybody who wasn't here prior that would like to see that. Thank you.
Ms. Fields.
I have always been very complimentary of Ms. Matthews. I always done that through evaluations and in conversation privately. So it's not any issue with Ms. Matthews. I know that her department has been understaffed and that she's had to carry a heavy load. That is not my issue. The issue that I have is the timing that this is coming to us, not having some of the information that I feel should have been attached, like the salary change. I know the amount that we have here, and where are those extra dollars coming from? When is this supposed to be effective? If we vote on it tonight, does it become effective immediately? Those are just some of the concerns that I have, and maybe I'm the only one hearing a conversation from staff about upgrades and increase in pay being given for some, and they want to know when are they going to get theirs. They're working hard too, and we've had this conversation before, Superintendent Hyde and I have. It's not anything that he's not aware of. And so when the conversation was had that these reviews would be done at the end of the year, or coming back and making sure that everything was covered at one time, or as close to one time as possible, that was what I was expecting. So bringing it this time, what's going to come next time? What's going to come next time? When are we going to get to a place where we will be hopefully as done as we can be? And at the end of the day, everything that we're doing, it costs money. And we have to make sure that we're not setting ourselves up to be in a bad way, depending on what our revenue stream looks like. So that's my concern. I don't have anything against Ms. Matthews, but I am not in a position where I am going to be in support of this right now. In the spring, for July 1, that's a whole nother conversation.
Yes, ma'am. And some, your points are well taken. We did have a conversation. Some topics were brought before the board earlier, HR in particular, support, mentoring, restructuring that was imperative as we go into the hiring season. It doesn't make sense to wait till the end of the year. Others we've tried to address in real time, and we have. I think to date, we've done a very good job showing how we're offsetting costs by savings, by incorporating savings. And there are several recommendations that are going to come in April, for example, in the payroll department that will reflect either, depending on which model we move forward with, will actually show several enhancements to that department and for individuals, but at the same time will bring anywhere from $23,000 to $58,000 savings back to the district. So it does take a lot of analysis. And again, I apologize if piecemealing it the way we have. We're just trying, again, in my defense, not my staff's defense, we're trying to address issues in real time as we become aware of them, because it is a very comprehensive issue to address. But I understand, again, I acknowledge the frustration. My intentions are to bring one last comprehensive request to the board in April. And with all due respect, it'll probably have to be the only board item that we have on workshop, because we're gonna have to go department by department, line item by line item to show. I do not believe this board wants to just be handed a package of strike-through positions and changes on a bottom line on an Excel spreadsheet. I think you're going to want to hear from us about all the recommendations that we're making. And more importantly, in many of these instances, as I've shared, we've constricted or eliminated positions to elevate others, and I don't want the board or anybody else to assume that we did that without engaging the staff. They've always been a part of the conversation. Even when we reviewed job descriptions, their supervisor sat down with them as individuals and said, how has your role changed? And I think, and in fairness, I think some people may be operating under the assumption that just because their job description was updated, that means they're going to be qualified for a pay change. They may not. Their duties and responsibilities will have to shift, and we'd have to be able to provide that alignment. And then, Mr. Warren and I have been in touch with some employees who are very frustrated. Mr. Warren, remind me, what's that catch-all administrative position that you and I talked about that it creates great inequities? I brought the individual I spoke to you about who approached me at Collaborative Council last week.
Oh,
You had a meeting with that individual
I
as
did.
well.
It was over on, it was a senior manager, quite honestly.
Okay, so the senior manager position does not necessarily have a defined, it's not well-defined, I should say that. And the way it's been applied, it's very easy for people to look at, well, other senior managers are making this much money. So because of that, it creates the impression of unfairness and inequity. So we're going to have to work through all of those, and that's a positional title that we have used very graciously across the board, but it has frustrated employees. I've had employees in tears talking to me about their frustration. Well, I do this job, and I do this, and I do that. Why does this person make $18,000 more a year, and I got hired before them? I mean, good question, but those are the issues we're trying to tackle. But again, respectfully, we'll bring everything in April, but I'll try and dedicate as much time in that board meeting to ensure that you can get all your questions answered. And, well, we started the job reviews several months ago. Yes, ma'am. We may have to, but
And Superintendent Hyde, what I would say publicly is that every conversation that you and I have had privately, we have been able to agree on some things and not agree on some things, but with respect. And I do commend you for coming in and looking at some things that weren't equitable, that needed to be addressed. So I'm not trying to imply that the piecemeal is something that you did not necessarily need to do. I'm just saying that to me, the best practice is not to do things in piecemeal.
yes, ma'am. And that was, I'm sorry if I gave you that impression. That was not how I.
No, you
basis of
didn't.
my
I just want to
response.
make sure that I publicly said that, so it wouldn't be misunderstood by anybody.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Miller?
You're still here, Carol. Thank you. When I first, we called you to the table and then we didn't engage you. When I first started, I was surprised working for corporate America and seeing what your office would look like in a different setting. I was surprised that you had so few people. I'm glad that we're able to do this now. I just learned now that you forego this over COVID and you didn't, ask us to do it then. So I am more than supportive of this. But I appreciate the superintendent. I think I've started giving him lists of positions, and senior managers are huge. It's a big in the world of support services that just read differently. And it's going to take, and this has been well over a decade of just piecemealing our HR and positions and changing positions. I've never worked for a company that would change a position title just to hire someone, and that's what was practiced here at one time, and that's not any individual. That's just been how we've done it. It might be how education does things. In the business world, it doesn't usually work that way, where you have just alternate positions and things are changed to hire an individual. So I appreciate that the superintendent's looking at this. I also think you've done your homework and your experience as a superintendent, that you would not suggest to make these changes thinking we would go into a deficit at any time. So I'm hoping in April we are able to catch, I've heard from the same employees, probably the ones that you've met with, about those positions, and it's hard for me to answer as a board member to my constituents when they're showing me on paper their job duties and someone else's job duties, and then a huge discrepancy in what they're paid. So I am glad that we're in my opinion, we're moving very quickly to fix this, and we're having to do it like this because of our history. And so I appreciate the work that HR is doing and the superintendent. And Carol, I appreciate you not leaving us before now. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I would just like to say that Mrs. Cunningham did summarize that history very well. But one thing that I did want to add was when we did that comparative with other districts, that our department is very small, for this size of a district. And so even though she gave us credit for everything, we do have to outsource some duties because of that, but we do work with a very small number of people in the department to get all of this done. And I'm proud to brag a little bit that we just went through a state audit and had no findings or no issues, and that they concurred that we're fully compliant with that statute change that Mrs. Wyatt referred to that's happened in the last few years. So
Okay. Seeing no further questions or commentary, we will move on to the next item.
Thank
Ms.
you, Ms.
Amato,
Matthews.
you have 30 seconds.
I appreciate that hustle. Okay, so good afternoon again. This one is short and sweet, I promise. So this is just bringing to you a Navigator Academy is requesting a contract modification. They just simply want to change from providing their staff the FRS option for retirement and switching to a 401K. And that is it. Okay, so it'll come to you late April, the board meeting for a vote and to sign off on. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, thank you. Next item, Code of Student Conduct. Mr. Butler is here, our Senior Director over Student Discipline.
You have 32 seconds.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. How are you all today?
We're fantastic, sir. Thank you for asking.
Wonderful. I brought before you the Code of Conduct revisions for the 2022-23 school year. They're very minimal this year. I will just go over the highlights. We will be updating the face covering section where it says 21, 22 and just adding in its place for this school year so it doesn't have to be renewed each year. Then there was a section under athletics. We had to add 2 pieces according to state rule until the student has attended a regular school day if they were in ISS the day before or OSS. And then also when a student reaches the age of 19 prior to July 1st, they shall become permanently ineligible, which is another state rule that Mr. Talbot had given me. And then, of course, at the very end, under forms, Appendix F, I was asked to add the Polk Library User Student section for opt-out information for parents so they could opt out of our PLUS program to where a student cannot get library books from the public libraries delivered to the school. Those are the changes. Yes, ma'am.
I just, as I opened it, noticed that the website on the front is our old web address. Can we get that changed to the Polk Schools Florida?
Yes, ma'am, when the cover comes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions or commentary, thank you, Mr. Butler. One final item before the board. I'm going to invite Ms. Yoakum and Deborah Wright Hudson up to the front. This was not on the original agenda, but this was something I became aware of after the fact. They're going to do a very brief presentation. But PEA became aware of a grant opportunity to do a large mural on a school campus. They picked McLaughlin, and so they're here to talk about that proposal and that project.
We had a PowerPoint, but we know in the interest of time, we had a PowerPoint, but in the interest of time, we will just briefly talk about it. So Ms. Winchester is passing out a flyer that we have brought for our first meeting on the 16th, if you guys can make it out to McLaughlin. And so FEA, the Florida Education Association, is our state affiliate, and they applied for a grant through the AFT, the American Federation of Teachers, one of our national unions, for a pilot. It's called We Paint Our Path, and it's a mural project. And so Polk, PEA was one of the 3 districts in the whole state of Florida through FEA that got this grant. Lake County and Okeechobee are also part of this pilot program. So I'm very excited. And when my executive board and some other key members, when we were talking about it and which school to choose, we wanted to choose McLaughlin. They are currently going under a community revitalization, endeavors, and so we thought that this would be perfect to tie McLaughlin in with that part of that community revitalization. And so when I had approached Dr. Hudson, she was very excited, and we are very excited for this. And so there's 3 phases to this project. Phase 1, we're currently in now, and so we have a team together of educators at McLaughlin that are the point people for this project, and we start having multiple forums. And this includes students, this includes teachers and staff, this includes community, stakeholders, in Lake Wales, and it's all about, we're focusing on the vision for that school, for McLaughlin. What makes McLaughlin great, What do we want to preserve and grow at McLaughlin? And how do we want McLaughlin to look and feel in 5 years and 10 years and 20 years? And so really involving the students and the parents, the community, the educators at McLaughlin and Lake Wales. Our first forum, like I had mentioned, is going to be March 16th. So next Wednesday from 9 to noon. We do invite you all, if you have some time, to come by. We can put you in a squad, and we'll talk about the squad. Dr. Hudson can talk about the squads in a minute. And just be part of this conversation. And then we will also be having some squad nights in late April that we will make you guys aware of. And so part of phase one is that community dialogue opens, through classrooms. Their squads are in homeroom. This is their project for the semester. Digital surveys will go out, like the forums we're having. And then data from all those platforms are going to be given to the community artist and the student artists and the team to start to create the vision for this mural. Phase two will be the project team, most likely over the summer. We're looking to have like the big reveal right before, not the big reveal of the whole mural, but kind of the concept right before school gets out with the kids in the community. But in phase two will probably be happening mostly during the summer, where the actual mural will start to be constructed. And then we'll be involving student artists and community artists, and then the lead mural project artist. And then phase three will be the unveiling. So we're hoping that will happen before either right as school is starting or even into September, depending on how the summer work goes. So we'll have a big to-do with that in the unveiling of this mural. The school community, the community of Lake Wales, we will all have a really big to-do with that. And that will solidify that we are continuing to strengthen the ties between McLaughlin and the community of Lake Wales in building the social power and commitment that brings their shared vision to life. Right now, this is a $15,000 grant through the American Federation of Teachers, which is, again, like I said, one of our national unions that FEA has gotten for PEA, for McLaughlin. $5,000 of that is to pay the community muralist with supplies, and we're paying the muralist to lead this project. $5,000 of those dollars will go to 4 $1,250 stipends to the educator team at McLaughlin that's doing the extra work to put this together. And then the other $5,000 is to help us facilitate forums, and provide food. And we know if you provide food, they will come. Food and other resources, and other potential expenditures that we might incur with this project. And so I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Hudson to talk about the nuts and bolts of what's going on.
I'm going to make it very quick and say come on the 16th. We have one school, 6 squads. If you haven't been already, you will be able to spin the wheel, become a member of the squad, and then from there, our squad captain will give you more information about how your squad is going to help us be able to design this mural. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham.
Okay, so you said 9 to 12. The flyer says 11 to 12. Which is it?
So you've been invited to an event that starts at 9, but we're going to specifically be talking about the mural during lunch from 11 to 12. But you've already probably received something from me about our Art of Service Day that's coming on. So it's going to be like a day on early release day, but we're going to really hone in on the mural between 11 and 12.
Okay.
Seeing no further questions, Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes the superintendent's aspect of the workshop today.
Okay, very quickly, I just want to make sure board members know what's in front of them. So I passed out before we started today job descriptions for both Linda and Yvette. Yvette's is the executive assistant school board, and then Linda's is the secretary executive. As you'll notice, and I apologize because it's hard to see with the black and white, and I'll have Yvette send out a color copy that you can view in your email. But there were some additions that they felt in looking at their job descriptions were things that this is something I'm doing and I want to make sure it's codified in the job description. There were also some things that they aren't doing anymore. For example, I think one of them included being the assistant to the school board policy committee, and we don't currently have a policy committee, so we don't need an assistant to the policy committee since it doesn't currently exist. So these are for you to review. I'll bring them back at a later work session, but wanted to make sure you got the information beforehand. Does anyone have any brief updates for their committees? Even Ms. Fortney shaking her head. Okay. All right, so we are going to adjourn this meeting, and if we could, nope.
Or can we review the agenda?
Oh, I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
While you're doing that, Ms. Wyatt, I want to thank on the donation list, Bartow Senior High School has gotten a ton of money from GiveWell and Shea Hall and the Bartow Kiwanis Club, helping our music programs, orchestra. I just want to thank them.
Okay, board agenda. And thank you, Ms. Fortney. I appreciate that shout out. Board agenda, opening items, special recognitions. Any questions on special recognitions? Any questions on section D, approval of minutes? Any questions on consent agenda items H through J? Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. It has to do with the grant, number 3 grant, yes, or number 3 grant. And when I was looking at the plan, it indicated that we were acquiring ID cards. And as I understand it, we already issue those. But these have an RFID chip in them, is that correct? And
That is correct.
so my question is, number one, will that be a recurring expense, or we're already doing that?
So the majority of the expense will be for the system and the additional equipment. We already have a reoccurring expense with student IDs and employee IDs, so that's already incorporated into our annual budget, but there would be no more so than what we normally incur.
And what kind of information will the chip be collecting? Just where their position is?
Yeah, so it does, and it's a good, so it'll also allow students to purchase lunches, their media center when they're checking out materials, also for the sake of tracking our students. So when an individual gets on a school bus, especially with little ones, if that student were to get off at the wrong bus stop, the system would pick that up and tell us which stop they got off of. Okay. And sadly, that does happen on a regular basis. If the student falls asleep on a bus and slumps down in their chair, and all of a sudden we believe that a child's missing, it allows us for tracking purposes to do that. It'll also allow us to do additional contact tracing with individuals because we can tell who was in proximity to whom, should we ever have a COVID-related issue or other pandemic issue in the future. So there's a lot of opportunities for us from both a security and a health safety perspective why this benefits our school district.
So, these cards will benefit us in a lot of different ways. We kind of tied it to COVID, I'm assuming, to get the funds. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement, yes,
okay.
Sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions on H through J? Or sorry, yes, H through J. None? Now we'll look at consent agenda K through M. Ms. Miller?
Under K, because we're listing, sorry, I'm going back up. Because we're listing the project increases and guaranteed maximum prices of our contractors for those two projects of number 2 and number 3, can we have someone give a brief description of the project increase, Superintendent?
Would you like that now or later?
No, I think the board meeting is
Yes, ma'am, I'm
sufficient.
prepared to do so.
Thank you.
Are those okay to stay on the consent agenda just to have
I think so.
the analysis at the beginning? Thank you. And sections N through P. Ms. Miller?
On N, I see that we have a lot of amendments here for services I'm sure we need, but when you open the budget impact analysis, they all read for remediation of speech or language disabilities, including like nursing, and I'm not sure they're all for speech and language. There's also it's not filled out at the top on how this is gonna reach our strategic plan. I'm sure we need these supports. So my input is 2 things. 1, are they all just for speech and language remediation, or do we need to correct those to read what they're for? And 2, if we're gonna continue to pay INVO, as a board member who knows the rate of the restraint and seclusion in this district, which is very high, I would like to see that reduced if we continue to work with INVO. If not, we need to look at who's supporting, because for this kind of investment, we should not have the rate of restraint and seclusion that we have.
So those 2 issues are unrelated. Items 1 through 4 under N are all specific to SLPs. They are not specific to other positions. Item number 5 is specific to nursing support. The reason why you see, and I asked the same question during cabinet, the reason why you see 4 contracts is we cannot find a company who can provide us with the full staffing allocation that we need for speech language pathologists. And so that's why you see 4 contracts there, but they are specific to SLPs.
So the fourth one that talks about nursing, under expected results, is to remediate speech and language.
Dr. Lutz?
I'm sorry I didn't catch this earlier, Dr. Lutz. It was super late when I saw this.
Thank you. I didn't catch that either, Ms. Miller. So for Action Medical, that is for nursing, it's not for speech and language. So we can make that correction for you. And just to clarify, Invo Healthcare Associates is the same company that provides behavioral support, but they also provide other areas of support, including speech. So this is specific to their speech contract.
So 1 through 4 is to take care of the need for speech and language support, and number 5 is to take care of our nursing needs, and you can update that budget impact analysis?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on sections M through P? Any questions on section Q? Ms. Miller?
I just have quick input on number 2 because that's in my district, and I've had extensive conversation with our Department of Charter, as well as the board members and heads of the middle school there in Berkeley. And I think this change will be meeting the needs of the students there. And I'm more than comfortable with what we're doing, and I appreciate that they were so readily accessible with information. So I will be supporting that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Any other questions on Q? All right, and then we'll have the superintendent's reports.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we will have the attorney's report with authorization to advertise the code of conduct for our April board meeting. And no auditor's report today. And then we'll do board members' reports. And that is the meeting. All right, so we will now adjourn this work session for March 8th, 2022. And if we could recess the room so that we can do our discipline case, I would appreciate it.